corners. For you, Leonidis, being the fastest driver out there, what is it that you really have to focus on to get the circuit correct?
Well, you need to be very consistent and not overdrive it when you're under pressure. Yeah.
Well, like you said, we'll see how you get on in the heats, but qualifying P1.
Thank you. Δεν σ' ακούω πολύ καλά δυνατά, Θάνο. Check.
Well, with one qualifying session done and dusted, we head over to Mini 60 for their first time qualifying of the week as they make their way out onto circuit. And again, the championship and title fight couldn't be any closer. Nicolo Perico, 501 points ahead of Win Gozchalk's 452. As it stands before drop scores, that is a lead of 49 points. It is certainly going to be a close one, but in time qualifying, it's certainly going to be a very interesting one because, well, in the morning warm-ups and the free practice yesterday, very different story. Nicole, you can tell us a wee bit more about it.
Well, yesterday then it was Nicolo Perico, your championship leader, that was your fastest driver of the day. It was a 1 minute 1.023 that was the time to beat. But again, like the story in the juniors, the track slowed up as the day progressed, and that time actually wasn't beat after the second practice session. from Perico. Then in P2 overall yesterday was Liz Gnoli, who's been on a good charge since we were out in Alain last week. And then God's Chalk once more was well inside the top 3 on pace. Who's going to take it in this morning's qualifying session? One of those 3 names could be one, or it could be the 2 drivers from the USA of Zane Burgess and Josh Bergman, who have been incredibly quick throughout our practice sessions. Or we could throw it up with a local driver to this circuit, the likes of Atika Mir and Ava Lawrence, who have some great track knowledge round this track. They know it well, they know the style of the UAE circuits, and they had some good pace in that Mini 60 category yesterday. For now then, we've got some names out there on the circuit. Joy Alleman being one of the earliest to go out on what will be her first event with us here in the Champions of the Future Academy programme.
Yeah, the Alleman name is a very well-known name in the world of international karting, and a new name to add to that in the form of Joy Alleman. Curious to see how she gets on. Last time out, though, in Alain, very interesting story in those finals. Only one double podium last week, and that was in the form of second in the championship. Win God's Chalk, a second and a win in those finals. Closed that gap up quite considerably to Nicolo Perico, who did win the first final of the weekend. Struggled a little bit in that second with falling back just that little bit, but still scoring good points. Means that this is going to be a very, very interesting one. In another driver's first appearance, though, in the form of Liz Gnoli, that was a first podium of the season as well, with a P2 in that second final. So looking forward to seeing what is going to happen in this one. But the first laps have only just been completed here at the moment, Nicole. 1 minute 45 seconds left on the timer. Everyone just about to cross the lap now to complete those first laps.
Yeah, if you cast your mind back then to last week over in Alain and earlier on in the year as well for our rounds in Valencia, Slovakia, Jesolo as well, these Mini 60s love to keep us waiting. Anthony, you know, they really leave it to the last minute to get these laps in because they don't need to overdo it on those tyres. And the more confident drivers like Perico, like God's Chalk, know that they can go out, they can do just 2 laps and they can pop in a quick lap. For now, though, the quickest lap out there on the circuit is going to the Great Brit of Ilyas Sami. The 870 rookie driver within this class has put in a 1 minute 1.063, and the closest driver to him is Schilling, but 2.5 tenths behind, as now Alonso Gonzalez goes to P2 and breaks that barrier, makes it just under 2 tenths to himself and Ilyas Sami, as now every driver is heading through that sector number 1, putting in these putting in these laps in the first sector, but still plenty more time to go in the, sense of a Mini 60 time qualifying. But don't expect maybe Sami to stay at the top of the board. Keep an eye on drivers further down, one being Achilles Peruzzi, who's now gone purple through sector number 2. Can he match what his brother just achieved in the junior class? You know, we saw Leonidas be your fastest driver. Can Achilles do that for the Peruzzi family as well? We'll have to find out, as God's Chalk now goes top of the board, taken away though by Lorenzo Zucchetto, now taken away by Giovanni Desani Jr. with a 1 minute 0.727.
What a time there for Giovanni Desani Jr. That just snuck in out of nowhere, but they've all just managed to get an extra lap in. The only driver who hasn't is Alonso Gonzalez. He's seen the checkered flag now. He cannot improve those times. Josh Bergman is purple in sector number 1 here. Now, he showed some great pace out in a lane. Can he do the same here in Alpha San? He was fighting at the front there. Can he do the same here? He's currently down in 22nd place and he's personal best in sector number 2. No, purple. Sector number 2's out there. Joy Alleman crosses the line, goes 22nd fastest. Manuel Kalendi 14th. And Emil Cornel is 15th. God's goes back to the top, takes that time away from Giovanni Desani Jr., but it's a big shake-up at the front. Sofia Rodenko goes to the top. Sofia Rodenko's done it. That's it. Time done. Sofia Rodenko is in the middle of that pack. No purple sectors. Just had the personal best. Goes in with a 1 minute 0.220. Sofia Rodenko puts it P1 ahead of Zane Burgess and Josh Bergman. David Chihov goes fourth fastest ahead of Ava Lawrence. Francesco Lisgnoli goes sixth fastest ahead of Ilya Sami. Achilles Peruzzi, 8th ahead of Win Goldschalk, 9th. He will not be liking that one in his title fight. Giovanni Desani Jr., 10th ahead of Nicolo Perico. The two title contenders there, 9th and 11th in time qualifying. Lorenzo Tacchetto, 12th from Atika Mir. Samar Chopra from Tirpal Frame, 15th from the rest of the field. Incredibly close, though. 1 second, less than a second separating the top 20 out there. It's a mighty competitive field. But it sees Sofia Rudenko on pole position for the first day of racing on Tuesday in Mini 60 with one more qualifying session left to go. It's the seniors coming up next.
Sophia, can you reply in English or
Because
test, 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 test? Oh, your English is fine.
No, like, maybe.
Okay, you can.
Maybe.
Yeah, just it's fine. Come this way. Good job. Just turn the camera. Okay. Just your own pace. It's fine. Don't panic. All good. Okay. Maybe we swap because of the sun. And you just look into the camera. How many rounds of this have you done? 2?
2, yeah.
Okay.
So, recording. I record also, so whenever you want.
For her second round at the Champions of the Future Academy programme, Sofia Rudenko puts it on pole position in Mini 60. Sofia, great lap out there for you. A last-minute lap as well. Can you tell us how you pulled it off?
It was very hard to me because it's my second round only of the Champions of the Future, and it's like very surprising to me.
And the circuit itself, Sophia, it looks difficult for you drivers. Can you tell us which points in the track make it challenging for the minis?
The second
Sector?
yeah.
And Sophia, looking forward at the heats later on, it's not easy in the Mini 60 class. There are so many drivers out there. There's some quick drivers, and you're going to be at the top of the class going into those. How do you plan on managing these heats?
I'll try my best because I just won it, and I'll try my best. Yeah.
Well, Sophia, like we said, pole position in Mini 60.
Yeah.
Good job.
OKN Senior time qualifying is underway. 4.5 minutes left on the timer. And again, this is going to be, well, relatively calm one, I would say, for one young Lithuanian man. Markas Šilkūnas' title lead is astonishingly large. It's well over 100 points. He is, I would say, pretty much clear and dry. The only thing he needs to do is finish in the top 10. He's absolutely giggling his way to the checkered flag and to a title in 2025 that he actually only just missed out on last year behind Luna Flusha. So that's going to be a very interesting one. But time qualifying here is still going to be an important one with everyone out there, because especially not only was he quick, but also so was sister. Vanessa Šilkūnaitė was very quick in one of those morning free practices. And someone who could tell us a little bit more about that is, once again, Nicole.
Well, this year we've been saying it's been the Šilkūnas show. This, event, it could be the Šilkūnaitė show. Vanessa has been particularly quick. She was second fastest yesterday overall in our practice sessions. Second, of course, 2/10 behind brother of Marcus. But Gianna Pascal was also very quick. Gianna, third fastest overall throughout our practice sessions. And when I caught up with Gianna, I said to her, what do you think of the track? It looks like a roller coaster. You're on and off camber. There really are some sharp and banked corners out there. And Gianna said, it's bumpy and it's really similar to some of the tracks out there in South Africa. She feels at home out here in the UAE. Now then, we head to that 3-minute mark. It could be Šilkūnas, it could be Šilkūnaitė, it could be Pascal, or it could be another name in there who has been just as quick, just as competitive this year, but has maybe fallen short slightly on luck at some of our rounds. Chiara Petit, currently P3 on the board. She was quick in particular this morning in our running in session. The driver for Red Bull, the driver who will be moving on after this week of racing to the world of junior formula, is here for her 2 last big days of racing in karting, and maybe she could be a name to put in that fastest time in this qualifying session. But for now, Zach Green on his debut in this championship at the last round puts it top of the board with a 55.088, but still plenty of time to try and find. Yesterday the time set by Šilkūnas was a 54.562, so it's still got a chunk of time to find out there on these 17 turns.
Yes, it is indeed. 2 minutes to go of the session. The first major times in on the board. Chiara Petit goes provisional pole. Ella Häkkinen going second fastest. The Red Bull and McLaren back drivers currently P1 and 2. Gary Teixeira currently third. That has been taken away. Dropped down to P4. Dan Aleman, his first appearance in the Academy programme, has shot it up to provisional pole with a 54.342. Changes in the ranks now as Wojciech Roda and Marlon Bayer go up to the top. Now it's Markas Šilkūnas once more at that sharp end. It's a 54.300 with the second laps now completed. Sharon Mohan going to the 13th spot, and the only other driver, Ryan Qureshi, who is yet to cross the finish line, is in the middle of the pack. He has only completed 1 lap so far, with now everyone else starting their 4th laps with 3 laps completed. Batig up to 3rd, Häkkinen back to 5th, Reipold back to 9th, but no improvements into the top 3. That is still Šilkūnas, Aleman and Chiara Petit, 1, 2, 3.
Well, Dan Aleman holds that purple sector number 1. Everybody on your grid improves in that sector number 1, other than your previous fastest driver of Šilkūnas, who's dropped some time now through both sector number 1 and sector number 2. Dan Aleman puts in that purple first sector, improves in sector number 2, but drops time in that tight and twisty part of number 3. Goes purple in number 1, though still holds the fastest time with a 54.213. Smashes that time set last year in our senior time qualifying set by Daniel Kelleher. So, these drivers in this field really have improved throughout this 2025 season. Now Šilkūnas finds his feet again, puts in purple in that first sector. I think, Anthony, I don't know if you're going to agree with me here, but it's looking like Aleman and Šilkūnas, it could be out of those 2 drivers for this fastest lap.
It certainly could do, and it's only 0.08 of a second, but Markas Šilkūnas is purple in sector 1. Now that middle sector has not been the slowest, but it's not been the quickest for the Lithuanian. Can he close it up into that 3rd sector? He's right with Sarmat Tsoi, who is there in 3rd place. What are they going to do across the line? No improvements on the time. Dan Aleman stays on provisional pole. What can Chiara Petit do? Again, that middle sector was relatively fast. She might have something in the bag here. She's all on her own going into the final couple of corners. She rounds that final turn to the checkered flag. Can she put it anywhere to the top? She can, but it's only second fastest. Aleman, in his first appearance here, is looking at a provisional pole, unless we'll see anything from any other driver, but I don't think we are. There's no personal best coming in. Dan Aleman then has done it. His first outing for the Champions of the Future Academy program has put it on pole position. It's a 54. 180 ahead of Chiara Batik. Marcus Shilkunas goes third ahead of Sara Matsoi. That's an incredible qualifying for her. Guida Badoli goes fifth fastest ahead of Vanessa Shilkaneta. Zach Green, his first outing, puts him P7 ahead of Oscar Gallen. Ella Hakkinen from Ranik Vavra, who rounds out the top 10. Klara Kowalczyk takes 11th ahead of Wojciech Woda. Ryan Koreshi from Shuran Mohan. And Amelia Wiszomirska, the top 15. When you look down the order, you have to go all the way to 28th in the grid, which is Max Lacroix. Less than a second separates the top 28 out there. It's incredibly competitive, but it is Aleman who is on that top step. The pilot of the 261 machine is P1 for the qualifying heats on Tuesday today. The live stream will be out very, very soon. But, of course, for myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we will see you out there on that live broadcast for the first of the qualifying heats later on this morning.
Okay, Nicole. Sound check.
Test, 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 test.
Put your
Sound check is good.
behind. Yeah, now it's going.
Ready? Oh my god, the sun is so bright.
How hot?
Oh. How hot is home? Is it cold?
0 or -5.
Oh. Much snow or?
Sometimes. Little, like this.
And Joy is racing now
Nicole,
too.
whenever you want.
Yeah. For the OKN senior qualifying on his debut in this championship, Dan Alleman puts it on pole position. Dan, you're no stranger to being at the front in everything that you race in. Typically, you know, in OK, you're right at the front. Here, same story. What's it been like jumping into this field?
It feels great because so much older people there. I think I'm the smallest one, so I'm very happy, and I like it.
And Dan, you know, over in Europe at the minute, it's particularly cold. You know, it's cold at home for you. Coming out here in the heat in this track, what's it like and how are you going to manage that as we head through the heats?
Drink a lot of water, so I stay focused and try to win, even if it's hot. So we can't do anything about it, so yeah.
And do you think, you know, because you're coming into this weekend on a debut weekend, you've not raced in this field before, you know, you're quite relaxed. Do you think you've got an advantage over some drivers like Shilkunas, who's fighting out for a championship?
Maybe because I don't have the... I'm not angry because I fucked up my quali.
Oh, redo.
Oh no!
It's not live, don't
Last
panic.
question, Nicole. The last question.
Do you want to redo the whole thing or?
The whole thing she asking? No, last question.
Okay, I know.
Okay.
I wasn't
question.
knowing the words.
Don't panic, it's not live.
Whole thing.
The whole thing? Okay. In the OKN senior qualifying, it's Dan Alleman that puts it on pole position in his debut week here in Now I messed it up. In the OKN senior class for his debut weekend in this championship, it's Dan Alleman that puts it on pole position. Dan, great lap out there for you. You know, you've raced at the sharp end of the field internationally over the past couple of the years, but in this field, same result, pole position.
Yeah, I feel very happy. I don't have pressure because of the championship. I don't even do one race, so very happy. And I hope I manage to win the races after.
And Dan, for you, you know, at home and in Europe, the racing right now is cold. You know, you're in -degrees. There's some ice out there. There's rain as well. But here, you know, it's red hot. Going into the heats, how do you have to manage that as a driver?
Drink a lot of water to stay focused. And just stay focused on front and trying to win.
And you just mentioned as well championship. For you, there is no championship in question here. You know, do you think you've got a bit of an advantage when it comes to mindset about, you know, against drivers like Markus Shilkunas?
Yeah, because I don't have pressure about it, so they need to make a good result, and I could just win. So, yeah.
Well, Dan, thank you very much. That is Dan Alleman, your OKN senior pole sitter.
Welcome to Abu Dhabi, and it's UAE Day, so whether you're decorating your car, meeting up with friends or family, or watching the Champions of the Future Academy program, I hope each and every one of you have an absolutely fantastic day. We're at one of the world's true capitals of precision and performance, a city where motorsport isn't just entertainment, it's part of the engineering culture. And this weekend, no matter where you're watching from, all the action is going to be live from the majestic Al Fassan kart track. Its 1.2 kilometre long circuit was built back in 2010, and that event record was set in time qualifying not only just a few moments ago by Dan Alaman, a 54.180. No one's gone faster than that, but again, tomorrow is a brand new day. We could get a quicker time in the second of those qualifying sessions on Wednesday. The track itself, though, 165 down the start-finish straight. It's 80 down the small back straight in towards the likes of turn number 10. It's 1,200 metres in total track length. It's 8 metres wide with an elevation change of 5 metres. It undulates up as you go in towards turn 2, back down through turns 3. It climbs to turn 7 and down to turn 8. And speaking of all those turns, it brings me on to those turns. 17 in total, 11 to the right, 6 to the left, and 3 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those turns is a challenge in their own right, but many of them are overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 1, 3 and 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, and that final chicane, 16 and 17. You can get the slingshot through that final chicane onto the start-finish straight. It's a long run down there. Drivers will be reaching, though, a top speed of around 110 kilometres an hour. They'll be reaching that in towards turn number 10 as they go flat out round the banking of turn number 9. Really pulls you through. Average speed around 98. It is a fast circuit, but it is incredibly technical for a driver. There is not a lot of race time. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are primed and ready. I'm sure the drivers are indeed as well, as we have got just 3 sessions in the morning before we go to the lunch break, and then the second half of the day where we'll see the next of those qualifying heats. But like we say, Nicole Sutherland in the box. Qualifying this morning was very, very interesting. We'll talk about those a little bit later on. But the racing today now, certainly looking forward to it. Big numbers here, big heat as well.
Yeah, we're going to be starting off then today with our OKN junior class. Our drivers, every single one in our 3 classes, full of energy going into this week of racing. It's not just hot out there, it's championship battles. This week, we're going to find out who is going to take those titles away from those achieved last year by Priyan Bruno, James Anagnostiadis, and Luna Flusha. We're going to head then into our OKN juniors for their first qualifying heat of the day, and the driver that set the tone in your junior category this morning during qualifying was none other than Leonidas Peruzzi. He replicates what he did out in Al-Ain on the first day of racing last week, put it on pole with a great lap time, but he will be starting alongside none other than Connor Clancy, the driver there on your screen, who is here this week fighting for a championship.
The juniors have been quite competitive with multiple different final winners, but that man there on your screen is the only driver in this one to take multiple race wins. You saw the multiple race wins from Remy Samchek in his one and only appearance back in Slovakia, where he took 2 final wins. But Connor Clancy has had 3 of them now. He took a last one out in Al-Ain, and of course he's had 2 previous back in Valencia and then off in Italy as well. So keeping a close eye on his progressions in this one. Other people who can keep a close eye on are the fantastic marshalling team out there here at the Al Fassan facility. We couldn't go racing without that wonderful army of people who have been out there all weekend long so far to keep the drivers nice and safe on the track, nice and clear as well. As the first race is quick to head out onto circuit here, Nicole. We've not got a lot of time, but the engines fire up then as the OKN juniors make their way out onto the track. While they do that, let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Leonidas Peruzzi will be starting this one on pole position, the man who took a final win and his best result weekend back in round 2 in Valencia is back on pole position here. Can he convert this into another final win today? He'll be starting it alongside Connor Clancy, who currently leads those championship standings. Veer Chopra and Axel Nocom go for row number 2. They'll have Mitansh Jain and Sabalay Kagay on row number 3. Angelina Simmons and Savay Dukovsky going from row number 4. Aran Qureshi, who took a great first weekend in his junior campaign, back in a lane, will start this in row number 5 alongside Aaron Mason, Manny Nuvolini and Didier Kreeft go from row number 6 with Zhi Haofei and Albert Tam, the first half of the field, on row number 7.
Row number 8 will house Jan Mikoleshko alongside Ko Serra. And then from row number 9, we have an all-French lineup with the likes of Thea Policand and Julia Monlair. From row number 10 for Brazil, it's Victoria Farfus, one of your Discover Your Drive competitors this year, and she will be starting alongside Alejandro Campos. From 11, Elton Hedvers alongside Emma Rose Dowling, who joins us from just being at the FIA Rising Stars Academy over in Cremona. And shortly behind those two drivers on row number 12, it's Julia Angelard and Solomon Pedagua. Rounding out your field then of 25 OKN juniors in total is Neil Matthews.
Indeed, and looking forward to this one, but this is a tricky circuit. Turn 1, 90-degree right-hander. It's a short run as well to that first turn, of course. Peruzzi will have that inside line. But what is Clancy going to do? Is he going to hand back and try and slot in between himself and Veer Chopra? Veer Chopra has a real chance here of getting up into second place for the first time of these races. But remember, when you get to then turns 2 and 3, it then really challenges the drivers. Front of the grid is primed and ready to go. Back of the grid looks a little bit squabbly there. They're going to need to get formed up and ready to go racing into those tram lines. Are we racing? I don't think we are. It's a false start for the first race of the day.
Yeah, I think some of the drivers in the back of their field just getting a bit out of sorts as we headed out of the exit of turn number 17. Names including Neil Nekmouche, Julia Aguilard and Solomon Piragua. 17 turns in total for these drivers around this 1.2 kilometre circuit. 17 turns that are so physical. You know, drivers have been saying you can really feel it, not just in your shoulders, but your arms and your neck as well. You've got banked corners, you've got cambered corners, which are really going to throw in an extra, challenge for these drivers for the 9 laps of qualifying heats that they will go through. For now, though, it is the case that Leonidas Peruzzi and Connor Clancy will lead the way once more to get the drivers in this 25 kart field formed up to try and go racing for the first one of the week.
Indeed, yeah, this is certainly going to be an exciting one for the juniors because, like we say, that title fight incredibly close. Only a handful of points separating Connor Clancy and Manny Nuvolini as they go into this round, but it's going to be a tough one for Manny Nuvolini, who starts this a lot further down on that 11th spot of the grid. He's going to have to push his way through the field as they enter into the tram lines one more time. It is lights out and fights on for the juniors down in towards turn 1. It's a good start for Peruzzi on that inside line. Clancy has not been able to get away well as the first of the groups go through. You can see how the field will really concertina up as they go back down the hill and compress as they then enter the uphill section once more into turns 4 and 5. Through the chicane, Veer Chopra gets loose there over the curb, but manages to keep control as they head down the hill. But you can immediately see how Leonidas Peruzzi has managed to open up a gap already. He's got about a 4-kart length lead from the rest of the field here, but Chopra doing an incredible job there of holding on to second place.
Yeah, Veer Chopra really did catch that wheel, then got the rear end of the kart up on the curb, just threw the back of the kart dancing around the circuit on that second sector, but he caught it on the steering wheel and will continue to try and push forward to get back onto the back bumper of Leonidas Peruzzi, who heads out of the final turn to complete the first lap. Your number 1 then, Leonidas Peruzzi, leads the way from Chopra. Mitansh Jain, Connor Clancy has not had the start that he would have wanted. He's sat P4 ahead of Axel Nocom, P5, who's also dropped down the order slightly. Now then, these drivers head up the hill once more, and as it looks like by eye Anthony, our leader of Peruzzi is being caught up at a rate of knots by Veer Chopra.
He is indeed. That gap's down to just under 0.3 of a second now, and you can see the gap has disappeared even more now. Flat out through turn number 9 here, the banking. They'll top out at 110 kilometres an hour here in the seniors. The juniors a little bit less, but still you can see how quick the pace is. Mitansh Jain, though, looks to the inside and thinks, well, you were closing in, but I'm going to have an attempt at P2 here, and he's done it. Through goes Midhan's Chain, but Veer Chopper's going to fight back so quickly as soon as Peruzzi's gap had closed in and he was under threat. The two behind have continued that fight on and has kept Clancy in tow with the rest of Axel Nocon. Angelina Simmons there as well, and Manny Nuvolini on the charge. Yes, the fight is on in that title, and Manny Nuvolini knows it, and he's up there 4 places into P7.
As we head into this final events then within the 2025 championship year, you know, we're going to keep mentioning it. Oh, nice little move down the inside there by Connor Clancy to get into P3, and as I was going to talk about him, he lights up that move, but we're going to talk about it all week. The championship battle between Clancy and Manny Nuvolini is going to heat up. I think Clancy, you know, after dropping a few positions on that first lap, would have started to feel a bit unnerved, a bit shaken, knowing as well that Nuvolini is on a charge now. 4 places gained so far within this heat. And Clancy is going to have that in the back of his mind. He's going to have that turning into turn number 1, 2 and 3 to try and get past Veer Chopra once more. They chase up the hill then, up and over that bump that then leads them back down into this roller coaster section where these drivers have to be so strong on the wheel, really have to push with that outside arm, and also really have to be good on the brakes. Anthony, you know, one small slide, one small miss of a corner, you're going to miss the entire next sequence. It's such a difficult circuit.
No, it really is very undulating. I've not had the pleasure of doing a lap around here in any kart or form. I would love to, but yeah, it certainly is an incredible place to go racing. But one thing they do need to watch out for, though, very easy to make a mistake on, is track limits here. It is so open to just run a little bit wide on some of these parts. It's a lot of tarmac runoff, and yeah, they can get caught out with track limits, especially out of this final turn. You can see them all pushing there as hard as they can. Big look there over at the grandstand for Veer Chopra. You can see that the gap is holding at 9/10 of a second. Hasn't closed in as much on this one. Clancy, though, is still right there, and someone who is certainly going to be wanting to go for any overtake when it's possible is Connor Clancy. Needs to open up those points in the title fight as much as he can. Race nearly coming to a conclusion. We are on lap number 5 currently of 9. There is not much time left in this race, but Veer Chopra once again there, Nicole. I can see you're already pointing at it. Purple sector number 1 has closed the gap up once more. It's down to 7/10. It's down the inside. Angelina Simmons getting the move done is now inside the top 4.
Angelina Simmons then had a great result on track last week where she took a provisional win, but it was taken away from her after post-race penalties. I think she's probably headed into this weekend with a fire in her belly, and right now she's got a fire lap time-wise because she's just gone purple in sector number 2, and she is catching up to Connor Clancy and Veer Chopra. Veer Chopra, fastest driver out on the track, and I think what's really helping push Veer on in this race is he's got a great track position right now. That P2, he's got that clean air ahead of him to really keep the tyres, himself and that OKN engine nice and cool. He's not overheating, but he's also got a brilliant chase up to the back of Leonidas Peruzzi, who is going to be more than aware that, you know, Veer is knocking on his door because he's dropped time in both sector number 1 and sector number 2.
Well, as this race progresses on, let's take a quick recap then of the rest of the field. There has been some drama further down, unfortunately. Albert Tam in the number 14 machine has received a technical flag, unfortunately, is out of the race. Well, he's still on the track at the moment, but will be out of the race. Other drivers who have had pushes forward as well. Great run for Julia Anglard, is up at 5 places at the moment. That is the same with Solomon Paragua and Neil Nekmoos from the back of the grid. Anglard's now made it 6. Has just made a move past Elton Hedford, who has holding nicely in 18th, still on a 3-place gain. The rest of the field there pushing through nicely as well, as Manny Nuvolini now has got past Mitans Jain. Mitans Jain, who was fighting up there at that sharp end for 2nd place a few laps ago, has now been passed by Nuvolini and is down into 7th place. The gap, though, at the front here, Peruzzi closing in as Simmons has got past Clancy. Chopra has got the gap down to less than 0.6 of a second. It's come down considerably, but it's not at a quick pace now. There is Albert Tam, unfortunately out, and I think that's a rear bumper there that's come loose.
Mercedes driver then of Manny Nuvolini, the driver currently in P6, has added another position gain to his tally. It's up by 5 places so far within this race, and he's edging closer and closer now to rival of Conor Clancy, who sits just ahead of him in P4. On the track, they're not close enough together just yet, but Angelina Simmons right there, unintentional, I would say, is backing up Conor closer into the hands of Axel Nocom and Manny Nuvolini. We've still got time to go. Maybe this could start to light up here, Anthony, because you can see them on your screen. They are starting to bunch up and get closer and closer together. Out of the second sector, down in towards the third, where the drivers again go up and downhill. They run, they get a bit cheeky with some of the track limits as well to really open up these corners and get a fantastic run out of these two corners, 16 and 17, as we head now back down to the straight for what will be the last lap.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be a close one, but for Angelina Simmons, that move only completed, only a couple of laps to go, is keeping this pack nice and close here for Peruzzi. He's got this one covered, I think. The gap's opened up once more to 0.8 of a second. The fight is on, though, for third place, as Clancy has just gone fastest once again in this session. 55.098 for Clancy is right to that rear bumper. So is Axel Nocom as well. Don't rule out the driver from the Philippines. Very quick here in Alpha San in the UAE series is there. It's all kicking off in the background there. That's Nuvolini fighting away still. Just a little further behind this one. Qureshi as well. Didier Krieft, Kagay, Dukowski and Jan Michaleszko still fighting for position as well. As the fight is going to go to the line. Peruzzi is going to take the first honours of the day. Chopra ahead in P2 ahead of Angelina Simmons. Clancy from Nocom. Nuvolini will take 6th ahead of Mintans Jain. Qureshi from Mason. Krieft will take P10 from the rest of the field for Peruzzi. That's a good start to the day. And for Leonidas Peruzzi, he's waited a while for this. The last time we'll have seen him fighting right at this sharp end going into this would have been back in Valencia at the second round of the season. So Peruzzi fights back in the final round here in the United Arab Emirates and puts it P1. The biggest mover, though, Julia Anglard, a great run there. 6 places gained, started 23rd, finished that one P17. For the rest of the field, though, that's a nice run in the fight for Conor Clancy. He's going to have to really dig deep here. Manny Nuvolini did his level best there to close in on that title fight. There's your top 3, though. Peruzzi from Veer Chopra and Angelina Simmons, 1, 2 and 3. An incredible drive there from them. The rest of the order there, the top 10 we've gone over. Sabalay Kagay taking a P11 ahead of Xavier Dukowski. Jan Michaleszko from Tia Polakan and Ji Huawei. Caracera and Julia Anglard take the top 17 ahead of Victoria Farfus, who rounds out the top 18. Then it's Elton Hedford, who does finish in P19 on a 2-place gain. Neil Nekmush in 20th from Salomon Paragua. Then it is Alejandra Campos and Julia Monlair. Emma Dowling and Albert Tam round out the 25 kart field, but Tam, the only retirement, a technical flag out there taking him out of contention. There is your heat winner, Leonidas Peruzzi, and that is a good run for that one. That is a lights to flag there for Peruzzi, P1 in TQ, and converts that into a P1 here in that first qualifying heat. And you can imagine that is only the first of many races to go over this coming few days. But Peruzzi has done enough. Here's a look at the highlights from that race, and you can see immediately here that inside line benefiting there the field. You can see how Veer Chopra was able to get through into second place. Little wide on the exit there, but that is to be expected. The start of these races, everyone pushing as hard as they possibly can around turn number 2 here. It was only when we got to the chicane, this is where it got a little bit interesting here for Veer Chopra. Watch this second curb, clips it, and just loses that back end there. Mintans Jain, you can see, was up to third place, was able to then take P2 away. Clancy getting squeezed in there. Axel Nocom just behind, pushing through. Chopra managed to take that P2 back into turn 16. Then went on his charge to try and close into Leonidas Peruzzi, but not able to do so in that stage. Clancy fighting his way back through as well, was able to push through. So did Angelina Simmons. It's a really strong performance for Angelina. Of course, she finished P1 on track in the final last time out in a lane in the juniors. Unfortunately, a post-race penalty put her backwards in the order, so just missed out on her first final win of the season. But stayed strong and is looking mighty, mighty quick here. On to that final lap. Peruzzi's lead, very strong. No drama at the end. Took the win ahead of Veer Chopra by a full second ahead of Angelina Simmons and Connor Clancy. Axel Nocom rounding out the top 5. Well, that is the juniors done and dusted for the moment. We'll be heading down, I'm sure, very soon to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland. There you can see the rest of the juniors now being checked over by the Kart Republic team. But let's head down to Parc Ferme because Nicole Sutherland is ready with our race winner.
I am ready then, Anthony, and I'm ready with our race winner. Leonidas, great race out there for you. You did bolt away at the start, but got caught around about halfway through. When you were getting caught, you know, what was the mindset like to try and keep the drivers behind?
Well, I just had to remain consistent and, you know, don't think about everyone behind me a lot. Just go forward.
And we're now halfway through this day. You know, we've done qualifying, we've done your first heat. Some of the drivers, I was noticing when you came into Parc Ferme, are starting to look a little bit tired now. The physicality around this track, which parts, you know, are you feeling it as well?
Well, yeah, the drivers can feel it a lot on the neck and probably on the wrists, you know, because of the chicanes and, high G-forces. But, I mean, it's racing. You can't have everything easy in life.
And, you know, we're also starting to go out there and maybe feel that the tyre will start to fall away now. There's a lot of grip that's being laid down. For you going into your second heat, will anything be adjusted for you, or are you happy with the setup? Are you happy completely with the way that you've driven?
Yeah, I'm happy with the setup, happy with what my team has done, and yeah, we'll just work from here.
Well, Leonidas, thank you very much. That is your Heat 1 complete. Then we'll go back up to Anthony Jordan in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme with our drivers indeed. And yeah, a very calm, collected there. Leonidas Peruzzi ahead of his second qualifying heat a little bit later on today. Mini 60 qualifying Heat 1, though, is next out onto the track. 7 laps for their 8.5 kilometre race distance, and this one as well is sure to be a very exciting one, of course. A very strong position in time qualifying sees a brand new name on pole position in the form of Sofia Rudenko. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the pack, was able to squeeze in a pole time to finish ahead of Zane Burgess for that front row fight, meaning that this is going to be an exciting one for the Mini 60s. A brand new driver and that sharp end of the field could see some very exciting racing. Other drivers as well who need to think about this one, of course, is your drivers fighting for the title in 2025. Nicolo Perico starting this one P11, but then also Wyn Gottschalk, second in that, is starting right ahead of him in 9th place. So the two championship protagonists, the title contenders, are there next to each other on that inside row. This is certainly going to be an incredibly close little fight. Other drivers as well have had a really good run in qualifying. We'll see the likes of David Sheoff there starting on the second row of the grid. An incredible time there to put him right up at that sharp end. Josh Bergman joining as well. And Bergman, of course, only his second appearance in the Academy program. We saw him out first time there in a lane. He's found himself right on the sharp end. There, though, is Sofia Rudenko. Primed and ready on the front of the field, and looking forward to seeing what she can achieve here at the Elaine racetrack. The Alpha Sound racetrack. I will apologise for that one. But yeah, indeed, looking forward to seeing what she can do. But the pressure is on. Zane Burgess right there alongside. Incredibly quick driver. Knows how to pedal around the Alpha Sound circuit as well. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Sofia Rudenko, in only her second appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy programme, has put it pole position in Mini 60 and starts alongside Zane Burgess. Josh Bergman and David Sheoff go from row number 2. There we'll see Ava Lawrence and Francesco Lesgnoli on row at number 3. Row 4 sees Ilya Sami and Achilles Peruzzi. Row 5 will see second in the title fight Win Gottschalk alongside Giovanni Desani Jr. Nicolo Perico, current title leader, on the 6th row of the grid alongside Lorenzo Sacchetto. Row 7 sees Atika Mir and Samar Chopra with Tia Palfrain and Ava Quaver rounding up row number 8.
Row number 9 then looks like Francis Baptiste Augustin alongside the USA's Liam Nachawati. In row number 10 we have Timur Guropov alongside Maximilian Schilling, and from row number 11 it's Alonso Gonzalez with Jan Garzelik. 12 will house Manuel Kalendi alongside Milo Kornil, and then from 13 it's Amon Pantoli with Edin Kaserovic. 14 will look like Joy Alleman on her first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy programme. She'll be starting alongside Luasha Mathibulu. From 15, Ronald Vettner with Adam Hoffman. And rounding out your 31-strong field for your first Mini 60 qualifying heat of today's racing, for Czechia, it's Jan Larka.
See how this one will transpire then in the Mini 60s as they prime themselves ready to go racing. Air temperature 26 degrees, not actually that bad out there. I hate to say it, I do think I'm acclimatising here just a little bit. I've been out for a couple of weeks and yeah, indeed, I'm starting to get used to this hot weather now.
Don't
it's
get
quite
too
nicely.
used to it.
No, I won't,
go back
because
to the UK next week.
In a couple of days I'm back to -2 degrees. So yeah, certainly looking forward to that one. Obviously for these drivers here, keeping it nice and steady ahead of their first race of the day. It's only 7 laps, but for this field now, quite the circuit to go racing on, and already you can see we're only at turn 10 here, and they've already brought the pace down to a very consistent speed.
Well, you said just 7 laps, but I could notice with that group before, with our juniors, they were already tired. And, you know, Leonidas Peruzzi, your race winner, said it's really difficult out there, especially on your forearms. These drivers will be focusing on really pushing on the wheel. If they're pulling, it's going to take it out of the body even more. That's something they're really going to have to try and focus on as we head through these 2 qualifying heats.
Hydration is going to be key for the field here in Mini 60, but let's see how they'll go for the start of this race. Into the final corners, they will enter into the tram lines. It's Mini 60. It is lights out, fights on, down towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for David Sheoff. He's got to the inside line there, but he's not been able to get anything done from it. The inside line, though, will be dominated by Sofia Rudenko, but it's going to be Zane Burgess who takes the lead of this race. The driver from the USA has taken an early lead straight away on the outside of row number 1 and tries to break away. Already moves to the inside. Is that Josh Bergman in the 850 trying to get the moves done? I think it might be as the fight goes on to the front, but where your title contenders are is a mystery to me. They are right back there in the field.
Sofia Rudenko then at turn number 1 just looked like she missed the corner as she headed up the hill, and that just gifted the position, gifted that clean run to Zane Burgess. Burgess then, a driver that, you know, started his career when he was 5 years old, has headed through the past couple of years improving. Now he's here fighting out for that mini under 10s championship win at a circuit that he had never seen before yesterday. Heads under the start finish gantry then and ticks off the first lap of this race as your race leader, ahead of countryman Joshua Bergman, Sofia Rudenko, David Sheoff, who's had a good start there. You can see him just in P4, nice and comfortable and hunting down away past Sofia Rudenko. It is then Ava Lawrence as well, who's got some great track knowledge around this circuit. Watch out for Ava. I think she could really be in for a good week here. You know, last year she had some good results. Watch out for her. Maybe on the timing screens, keep an eye on that one.
Indeed. Not taken a podium, though, in 2025, so keep a close eye whether or not she can come away with one at the end of this week. But here we go into that final sector once more. We are on lap number 2 of this race. Burgess' lead is not a big one. Bergman is still there. Now, I can imagine these two may try to work with each other to try and break away from the chasing pack. Rudenko still there in third place from Devonshirov. Peruzzi still there in P5. Bergman looks to the inside there, backs out of it last second.
Yeah, Bergman looked like he was going to try and have a go there and towards turn number 1 and 2. But now, this is a theme that you see happen in Mini 60 racing. The drivers originally managed to bolt away from the rest of the field, and then quite quickly they get caught up, and it turns into what you can see right now on the screen, a whole snake of karts really forming round the circuit, led by none other than Zane Burgess, who Joshua Bergman is trying to have a go at, but these two drivers have a long history with each other. They know exactly how they race against each other. So for now, it is still Andretti versus Red Bull. Peruzzi down the inside. Nice move by Peruzzi. I do not think Joshua Bergman saw that one coming. Peruzzi up into P2.
Lorenzo Cecchetto, I think, has had a tough one in this lap. He's just tumbled down my timing screen here, and he's not come through one of the sectors, and there he is on your screen. And that is the 826 is the kart number that's gone down. I think, that's been a tough one. Cecchetto's actually tumbled down to 11th place there. Who has not come through? Maybe it could have been there.
Joy Alleman.
Yeah, it was Joy Alleman, in the 865, and has got going again to her first international appearance in the world of karting. Unfortunately, it's not gone too well to the start, but again, it's all upwards from here. Eyes at the front of the field. It is a nice breakaway. Burgess, Peruzzi and Bergman now with a trio of them looking very, very strong here. But the question is, who will take that first heat win? Well, it's going to be a long way to find out. We're only lap 4 of 7, but Peruzzi's driving style here, very aggressive in that second half of the lap, and again, instantly looking for any moves down the inside. Cannot find one this time around. Slots in behind as they enter the start-finish straight. It is still Burgess who leads the way as they go on to lap number 5. Peruzzi once again, though, looks to the inside at turn number 1, goes through. Bergman follows as well.
That just shows how quickly things can change in the Mini 60 category. The slightest door left open, the one driver allows 2 through. Burgess now down to P3, behind Peruzzi, behind Bergman as well. There's a huge story within this weekend, within this race. Anthony Jordan, is the story between Nicolo Perico and Wyn Godschalk, your 2 strongest drivers throughout the 2025 season in this championship. And where do they find themselves currently? P7 and P8. They are glued together, not only points-wise as we've headed through this series, but now out there in this qualifying heat. It is Perico P7 with a 4-place gain, and it is Godschalk with a 1-place gain in P8. Perico, though, the fastest driver out there on the track, trying to catch up at a rate of knots, and now he ticks off another name he adds to his tally. He's just got past Elias Sami. Now then, on your screens, we'll focus eyes and ears back on your leader. It's still Peruzzi from Bergman and Zane Burgess. Sofia Rudenko in what is probably, quite a nerve-wracking race for her. She had to lead every single one of the other 30 drivers going into that first corner. She still sat there in quite comfortable P4. She's not letting off, and now actually out of the second sector, she's really closed in onto the back bumper of Burgess. I think Peruzzi and Bergman could be helping out Rudenko with this one, backing each other up, holding the pack together.
Yeah, indeed. There you can see how it starts to settle it through. This won't be helping. Peruzzi, mighty defence there, runs wide. Burgess is going to take a 2-for-1 there. Beautifully done for Zane Burgess, but that was all stemmed on the fact that Peruzzi went incredibly defensive there in towards turn number 10 and completely put them off the racing line. And now Burgess has another chance here to try and get that fight to the checkered flag. Over the line they go. It's on to the last lap now, and here comes Bergman to the inside. Dusty part. They all go through, and that's Rudenko from 4th up into 1st. Is that Rudenko? No, it's not. Is that, now who is that? Is that Godschalk? Is that gone through? Or is that Perico? Nicolo Perico, who has pushed his way through. It is Perico, the Italian, who needed to push through the field here from 11th on the grid. I did not expect Nicolo Perico to be leading going into this final lap after only mentioning his name once, and that is incredible. Perico has been gifted the lead here, but Peruzzi is going to try and make this one difficult. So is Gottschalk, so is his Nolly. They're all still there. Win Gottschalk now into second place. This is an incredible final lap that has completely turned the top order upside down. Perico out of the final turn will take the win across the line. Gottschalk from Lesnioli, Peruzzi from Ilya Sami, Zane Burgess from Ava Lawrence, Severe Rudenko, 8th place ahead of Augustine. David Cheov rounds out the top 10 out there. But for Nicolo Perico, what a drive there to the very end. Perico coming away with a 10-place gain to win from P11, snuck through under the radar there, and right on that last lap comes away with a P1. For Win Gottschalk, it's 7 places gained to finish in P2. For Lesnioli, it's 3 to finish in 3rd. Peruzzi, 4 places gained to finish in P4. But for these drivers here, what a start of the day that was, and I can imagine for the likes of Zane Burgess, Sofia Rudenko, for the likes of David Cheov, for the likes of the others as well, Peruzzi, Achilles Peruzzi, dropping to 4th. That is a really tough one for them going into that final lap, but the fight still remains on in that title fight, and Perico has done everything he can to extend that ahead of Win Gottschalk. The two of them, P1 and 2, out on track here in Alpha San. The rest of the order there just going through the top 10. We have gone over. Big mover as well for Jan Gardzielik. That's a 10-place gain as well to finish in P12. That is just ahead of Giovanni Desani Jr. The rest of the field here, big pushes throughout for Josh Bergman. Out of the race on that one, tumbled down to 30th place. Not the result he would have wanted at all. And Timur Yarapov as well, dropping to 31st place. There, though, on your screen, Nicolo Perico there just in the background behind there, Win Gottschalk. That is a superb drive for these two. Able to push through the field from 11th and 9th after a tough qualifying, but have now got the rest of the work to do in that second heat later on, of course, where all eyes will be on it. There is a young Dan Anaman who will have just seen his sister out racing. But let's have a look at those highlights. Relatively calm for the start of it. You can see here Sofia Rudenko just having a moment at turn number 1. Just ran a little bit wide, a little bit loose going into then turn number 2. That was able to get Zane Burgess with the up and under and through into the race lead. It was Josh Bergman who had got up into 3rd place in that early stage, and I thought it was going to be a nice little breakaway for those top 3. Wasn't meant to be, though. Bergman down the inside of Sofia Rudenko would keep everyone in at bay. It would then allow the likes of Achilles Peruzzi to close in. He would get up into 2nd place in the latter half of that race. Was able to just gain those 1 or 2 spots. There was the spills there for Lorenzo Sacchetto, which saw him go backwards. The rest of them as well for others. Just going a little bit on 2 wheels there, but amazingly keeping it on the track. There was the very unfortunate moment there for Joy Alaman, just losing the back end there out of turn at number 11. Easily done. Unfortunately, that kart grinding to a halt. This moment here for Achilles Peruzzi, the move down the inside to get the race lead, but from this point here, still with a couple of laps to go, big, heavy defensive posture here. This allowed Zane Burgess to sweep back through into the lead, but it was the moment down in towards turn 1 on the dusty part of the line. That's where it all kicked off for the Mini 60s. This moment here, you can see how Burgess on the inside, right on that dusty part, all 3 of them running wide. Perico just able to go through. Not sure what happened to Bergman on that last lap as well, because he was late to finish down in 30th place and out of the race. Over the line, though, Perico would take it under the radar ahead of Win Gottschalk, just sneaking their way through. The 2 title contenders in Mini 60 continuing that title fight alive, going into their second races a little bit later on. Of course, for the Academy programme, it's 2 full days of racing, 2 finals for drivers to score points over, and 4 qualifying heats in total to score points over as well. And the first of those races for the seniors is coming up next. It will be OKN Senior very, very soon, but we're going to head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, with our race winner of Nicolo Perico. Nicolo, if you're going to win a race, you might as well do it like that one. The move at turn 1 when it was busy around you. Tell us, in your eyes, what happened?
Oh, no, actually I was a bit lucky because all the guys closed and I just went and I just crossed the line and I do the switch back. Yeah, really happy. Yeah, what to say. Now focus on the next one and yeah.
And Nico, in qualifying, maybe it's not the result that you would have wanted, but out there in the first heat, you were picking off those positions. The championship is something playing in your mind. After the qualifying session this morning, were you nervous at all, not being as far up as you'd expect?
No, not so nervous. Just I'm focused for the heats, and now we have to get a good result for start more better in the final, and let's see what we can do now.
Let's see what you can do indeed, Nico. Thank you very much. That's it then for our Mini 60s. We're going to take a short break before we go into our last heat of this rotation.
OKN Seniors are the next to head out onto the circuit for their first qualifying heat of the day. It is Tuesday here, and it's UAE Day here as well in the United Arab Emirates. And for the first qualifying heat of the day, I can imagine everyone is looking forward to seeing what they can do. And someone who is making their first appearance in the Academy programme here in 2025, all the way from Switzerland, Dan Allemann puts it on pole position. Will be joined by fellow countryman Chiara Teague, also from Switzerland, to make it an all-Swiss row number 1.
Well, Dan Allemann, then, he's making his debut this week with us in the Champions of the Future Academy programme, but he's no stranger in international racing. He's a well-known name, he's very established, and he is very, very quick. Himself and Chiara Teague then starting alongside each other on that front row. They know each other well as well in their racing careers. That's going to be a really interesting all-Swiss lineup heading into this first OKN Senior qualifying heat. But let's not forget, we've got a big name in this one, a big name starting on that second row, Markus Schilkunas, the driver, so laid back throughout the season despite having the pressure of a championship on his mind after falling just short in 2024, of course, to Luna Flusha. That's been playing on his mind, but he's been relaxed, he's been calm, chilled, and now he heads into this one, I think, with the same mindset.
Yeah, indeed. There is Chiara Teague in the kart, visor down, focused on the job in hand. And that is trying to get that kart to the end. Blimey, we may be in the commentary box, but that still hurt my ears, did that whistle blow, to say that they're not far away from going racing. But there, the rest of the field is primed themselves ready. There again, the close-up shot there of Dan Allemann. Ready to go racing here. That front row certainly is going to be an exciting one, but so is the second row of the field. Markus Schilkunas there on your screen, current title leader by some way, is just looking to enjoy a couple of days of racing here and take a title at the end of this days of racing.
Well, Markus Schilkunas on the screen, but just slightly further behind in the background was sister of Vanessa Schilkenator, also up in the sharp end of the field. Schilkenator then first senior year for her, and as this championship has progressed on, she's got quicker and quicker, now finds herself, within reaching and lunging distance of brother and championship leader in the sharp end of the field. It might be your last round of racing then here in Alpha San, but new names within this field. Zach Green being one of those drivers to join us. Green starting on that 4th row of the field. You can just see the driver in the background of the screen there. So, feisty, high energy grid of OKN seniors.
Yeah, certainly so. Not far away from the seniors, heading out onto the track now. Qualifying Heat 1 is engines on as the field makes their way out. Let's take this opportunity to take you through what is a near full capacity grid for the senior category. 34 drivers out onto the circuit. And it all starts with Dan Alaman and Chiara Batig on row number 1. Marco Shilkunas and Sara Matsoy go from row number 2. There we'll see the likes of Guido Badoli and Vanessa Schilkenator on row number 3. Zach Green and Oscar Gallen go from row number 4. Now we'll see Ella Hakkinen and Radek Vavra on row number 5. Klarica Wolczek starts this one on row number 6, and in P11, I have got a bet with her. If she wins the final, I owe her a cake. There, Wojciech Roda starting alongside. Ryan Koreshi and Shrivan Mahan go from row number 7. There we'll see Emilia Wyszynierska and Marlon Bayer on row number 8. The first half of the field being Gianna Pascal and Kasper Reibold.
Your top 20 then is rounded out by Magana Lusa and Inia Islamov. And then from row number 11, we have Elias Laman alongside Igor Chukhanov. From 12, it's Simon Hollander House alongside Tatiana Alexieva. And then from row number 13, we have Great Britain and Portugal with the likes of Dylan Patel and Gabby Texera. 14, Timofey Stanisanov with Max Lacroix. And from row number 15, it's Benjamin Borges with Pietro Camilengo. 16, we'll see Carolina Redondo returning after a small hand injury last week. She'll be starting 31st alongside Anastasia Jurasis. And then from row number 17, rounding out your 30-strong field, is Omar Jorge and Ayel Mara.
Looking forward to seeing how this one will go for the seniors. Quite a busy old grid. Lots of new names mixed in the middle of that one, and then some familiar names who have had a great qualifying session as well. And if you think about it, quite a few of the talents out there. You've got the Red Bull back driver Chiara Batig. Of course, you've got the Williams driver of Sara Matsuya as well out there. You've got Ella Hakkinen from McLaren also, and many more as well, who have had some brilliant runs in qualifying. Looking forward to seeing what they can do, but it all falls down to this first race of the day here with the field of drivers. Nice and steady pace then for Dan Alaman and Chiara Batig at the front of this field as they get themselves lined up ready to go for the start of this race. They cross the red line now. No overtaking is permitted beyond this point, apart from getting yourself lined up alongside your competitor. Here we go then into the final corners. It is OKN Senior qualifying Heat 1 into the tram lines. It is lights out and not fights on. It's our second false start of the day.
Potentially a little bit fast then from our front row.
I think Alaman bolted a bit early there.
Had 2 or 3 kart lengths ahead of the driver behind as we headed down towards that start-finish straight. So, race director of Martin Bean just sending these drivers every single one of the 34 around again. Another opportunity for Alaman to try and get this one correct. So out of turn number 17, he'll have to think about it more again within this start. Drivers then just weaving round on the tyre, trying to catch themselves as we go into 12 laps of racing. 14.4 kilometres for these drivers to battle with. And what every single driver I've actually caught up with has said, so physical on the neck, on the shoulders, on the forearms, really bespoke.
Sorry. Couldn't unhear it.
Is that how it goes?
Head, shoulders, knees and toes.
Oh yeah, of course.
You lined that one up there perfectly there for me, Nicole.
The driver's saying, if you don't push on your outside arm on the wheel, you're in trouble by the 5th or 6th lap. You really can feel it on the body. That's something these drivers will be focusing on. But now, focus and eyes will be on Dan Alaman. Can he get this one right?
Indeed. Into the final couple of corners again. The pace is good at the front, but will we go racing for the second time of asking in the OKN Seniors? Into the tram lines. It is now lights out, fights on, and it's a good start for Alaman, but Chiara Batig immediately switched to the inside there. Marcus Shulkunas chooses to stick to the inside. Saramatsoi holds it round the outside there, but stays in fourth place. There's a spin in the background there. Not sure who that is. It's the 215 of Aran Mawar. Unfortunately, the entrant from Singapore, who started at the back of the grid, is not having the day after a tough qualifying. Yellow flags out then through there, as I think one or two more drivers have had a bit of a moment up the hill towards the likes of turns number 5 and 4. It is two drivers out, the 256 and the 298 have had a moment. That's Kasper Reipold, one of them. The 298 is another, and that is Emilia Vishamirska. Unfortunately, the two of them starting alongside each other, both going no further.
Alaman then already showing us what he is made of. Anthony, I don't know if you agree with me there, but at that race start, just covered the inside line quickly to try and fend off Batig and Shilkunas, then bolted straight back onto the racing line where the grip exists, because he knows if he hugs that dirty line up the hill, he's going to make himself vulnerable. And by getting back on the grip up the hill, he's gifted himself already, but it's almost a second out there in front. Alaman, such a good race start from him. The P2 then, none other than Chiara Batig, who's really having to fend off both Sarah Matsoy and Marcus Shilkunas then. Those three drivers just replicating each other on these turns, hitting and kissing those curbs to straighten up the corners, to really get some run out of every single turn where you really have to focus on these exits. Drivers then once more getting cheeky with those track limits. You're going to see that. You're going to see them trying to open up these corners that run up and down hill, really trying to carry some serious speed, because it can be pulled off with the grip that exists out there. No major movers early on within this race then. Radek Vara on a charge by 2 positions. Magala Lusa has had a good start with 4. Petro Kamalengo actually take that back up by 10 paces, helped with the retirements of Emilia Vishamirska, Reipold and Iron Mara.
Now pushing forward, and Dan Alaman already opening up an 8/10 gap from the rest of the field. Guido Badoli, though, is your fastest driver out there, has just gone purple with a 56.008. Look at this, and the yellow flags down into the hairpin, and we were 3 wide there. Ooh, I wouldn't like to be race control right now, because they're going to need to watch that one back, but I'm sure of the yellow flags out there, but the fight's still on here. Salasoy fighting with Chiara Batig, Marcus Shilkunas, Vanessa Shilkaneta and Guido Badoli all in that fight, but again, yes indeed, be curious if we could see that one back, but that was definitely a yellow flag there down into the hairpin.
Well, it's Williams versus Red Bull out of the final corner then. Sarah Matsoy holding on to that P2 ahead of Chiara Batig. Batig just didn't quite have it in her to try and open up that gap further to get into that second position. Out towards the second sector they will go, as Simon Hollander is a new retirement. Let's watch this one between Sarah Matsoy and Chiara Batig. That was your switch for P2, and this is the yellow flag then. So we were 3 wide on the entrance on the corner, but nobody makes position. Batig holds on to it from Shilkunas then. Matsoy stays in P2.
I think he notices it last second. He is ahead there, but then immediately loses it again on the exit. That's
keeps it wide,
exactly.
Allows Chiara just to slot back in.
Very interesting one there, but I'm sure they'll be looking into that one. There, though, you can see still Alaman's lead now has doubled. 1.6 seconds now at the front of the field ahead of Sarah Matsoy, who still holds on to second place. She in turn has also opened up a half a second lead from Chiara Batig there in third. Marcus Shilkunas, though, still piling on. The pressure is still, again, only about half a second off the back of that one. But then you get to the Vanessa Shilkaneta, Guido Badoli and Radek Vavra battle. That, however, still tantalisingly close, just down the inside. That's a nice run there. Guido Badoli goes through, but gets the up and under. Does Vanessa Shilkaneta, retakes it once again on the exit.
Batig getting really fiery with those track limits. They're all over the exit curb, really running wide out of these tracks do these seniors, keeping the rev nice and high, trying not to strangle that OKN senior engine. You don't want to be on the limit too early with these karts when you have to go through sectors of the track like this. The final sector turns 14 to 17, where you really have to keep that momentum nice and high to get to run down the straight. Now then, Sarah Matsoi still holding on to that P2 with that nice gap. Chiara still P3, Shilkunas P4, but Shilkunas not really making up any major tenths for the time being. But still, making up progress on the circuit is Alleman with that race lead, as this is getting into a nice little battle out there. This involves Wojciech Woda. This is your battle for that mid-pack section, and Woda being one of those aggressive drivers within there.
Wojciech all in and around that area. So is Gianna Pascal on a 4th-place gain here. And speaking of gains out there, the biggest mover out there would be in the form of Pietro Camalengo. The Italian is up on 9 places right now and is currently in 21st place and looking very, very strong. Midway point of this race, it is calm at the sharp end here. Alaman's lead still holds 1.6 from the rest of the field. This one here, though, still fighting on. Chiara Batigue there, starting to fade just that little bit. Vanessa Shilkaneta starting to close in just that little bit as Alaman continues to fight away at the front here. The Swiss driver putting in now a 54.898, looking very, very quick. This is Gianna Pascal just a little further down, right behind Radek Vavra. That fight is still on. Vavra to the inside. Pascal, though, is going to lose out in one. As down the inside there, it looks like Ryan Qureshi getting those moves done. They're all still fighting away up and down that mid-pack. There are lots of little battles happening all the way throughout the order, but Radek Vavra is holding on to this one nicely in 11th place.
Well, all is well in the world then for all your front runners of Alleman, Matsoi, Shilkunas, Batigue and Shilkanator. Just there on your screen heading out of the final corner. But like you said, Anthony, getting busy and battles raging on around where Gianna Pascal is. Ryan Qureshi being the driver she is looking at the back bumper of. We have had a switch then between Ella Häkkinen and Zach Green. That was a couple of laps ago. So Häkkinen breaks into the top 10 in what is a week for her of trying to maintain a top 5 in the championship battle. Now then, Alleman still continuing to push ahead. It's now 1.7 seconds of real estate that he owns out there. Matsoi not dropping into the hands of Chiara Batigue, who has now been overtaken by Marcus Shilkunas for that P3.
Indeed. So all shaping up quite nicely here, as so is this fight down in 11th place. This is still a mighty fight that we are seeing here. Klara Kowalczyk also being able to push in nice and close. Other overtakes on this last lap here, still pushing themselves toward the top 10 have been clear right now. So is the top 15. So only when you look a little further back in this dying section, you see Elia Saman has got the move done on Timofey Sevatianov there and has put him down into 21st place. Igor Tiganov as well has just got past Pietro Camalengo. They're still fighting for 20th down to 23rd place as well. Benjamin Borge also getting past Magana Lucia. This one here, though, is going to get very, very interesting very soon. Sada Matsuya under increasing pressure here from Marcus Shilkunas. Shilkunas might look to the inside here. No, thinks against it, tries to take the long way round. And is going to try and maybe line something up into the final couple of corners. You can always get a cheeky look to the inside here, but no, he's going to think against it here. Marcus Shilkunas playing the long game as they enter now onto lap number 10.
Shilkunas there, I think, is just being clever with the way he's driving, just opening up the corners slightly, trying to get a bit of a better run on the engine to try and just pop a nice little move down the inside and put Sarah Matsoi off the train that she is going out there on P2. You can see it again, a bit more curb by Matsoi then. Shilkunas nice and settled there in P3. We have had a change between Vanessa Shilkanator and Chiara Batigue there for that 4th place. Just a couple of laps ago, Shilkanator did manage to weave her way past. Still though, let's focus really close on this one. Shilkunas still hunting down the way past the Williams driver. Really hasn't managed to find an opportunity. Sarah Matsoi looking really settled there. Doesn't look rattled for that P2. Out of turns 16 and 17 they will go. This is the opportunity up the hill that Shilkunas tries to take it. You know, Matsoi knows that he's right there, but still sat there on the back bumper through turn number 2. Still doesn't exist. The Japanese driver holding on to this one really, really well.
Yeah, indeed. I'm watching the racing line there from Matsoi. I'm just seeing a much tighter line in the entry of a lot of these corners here. Shilkunas is holding it wider, and you can see it there again, a little bit tighter. And Shilkunas there is just trying to really carry those speeds again. You see it there into the hairpin. much tighter line there for Matsui, and again it's just keeping Shilkunis at bay, but also keeping him right there. Again, it's like a double-edged sword a little bit for the two of them. Beautifully positioned to try and defend the spot, but also is keeping him right there on the rear bumper.
What she's also doing now, whether it's intentional or not, is backing him up into the hands, potentially, of sister Vanessa. Vanessa, faster than both Sarah and Marcus on that previous lap. So maybe she's got another opportunity to try and gain some position. And talking of gaining positions, up the hill, Matsui and Shilkunis goes, and Shilkunis snatches away that P2.
Yeah, I was waiting for that to happen. The elastic band was stretching there on the grid, and you could just see waiting for that prime opportunity to go through, and it was on to that last lap that we see Shilkunis get it done, and now it's up into second place. Aleman with that takes another fastest lap of the race now, does a 54.580 on his charge to break forward. That is it, just on the exits and into the entrance of turn number 2. Just nicely done there over the crest. No real drama. Speaking of no real drama, this man here, Dan Aleman, in his first outing with the Champions of the Future Academy program, is looking at a qualifying heat win here in Alpha San. Across the line he goes. Aleman takes the win ahead of the rest of the field by 2.9 seconds. Shilkunis crosses the line in P2 from Salamatsui. Vanessa Shilkunis holds on to P4 ahead of Chiara Batik. Guido Badoli and Oscar Gallin round out the top 7 ahead of Wojciech Boda and Zach Green. Ella Hakkinen takes a top 10 result. A close fight there at the end. But for Dan Aleman, that is a Leicester flag. A superb drive there. Takes it to the very end. Biggest mover, though, Carolina Redondo. After the slight hand injury that she picked up in Elaine, comes away with a 9-place gain there from 31st up to 22nd. It's a good run there in that race. Few investigation flags did go out. Unfortunately, one of those drivers to see that, Omar Jorge, picking up a investigation flag. The 224 as well of Benjamin Borgiramia also an investigation flag. There was a warning flag out there. That does come with a 5-second time penalty. The 252 receiving that one. Simon Hollander, unfortunately, who won't care too much about that one because he was also a DNF in that race. There are your top 3. Aleman from Shilkunis. Matsui, who rounds out the top 3. Rest of the field there on your screen. Top 10 we've gone over. Radek Vavra finishing that one in P11 ahead of Gianna Pascal. Klarica Walczak finishing in 13th place ahead of Ryan Qureshi. And Dinia Islamov, Marlon Bayer from Shuan Mohan. And then it is Tatiana Alexieva who locks out the top 18. 19th place downwards, we'll see Elias Laman and Gary Teixeira. Timofey Sevestanov and Carolina Redondo finishing in the top 22. Pietro Camalengo and Max Lacroix finishing in the next 2 spots. They round out the top 24 ahead of Omar Jorge and Magana Lucia. Benjamin Borge from Anastasia Tarasis rounding out the 28 competitors that finished that race. Aleman there on your screen. Job done in his first outing here in Alpha San, and we'll see him out on the track a little bit later on for his second of those qualifying heats from pole position. The clean-up operation, though, underway here from the fantastic marshalling team for the drivers who had a relatively tough race on that one. Aleman start, lightning from the word go, sweep to the outside, was able to take control of that one, no drama whatsoever. Batik had her hands busy, though, in those early stages. Matsui was able to close through. There was the first spin from Aran Mawar just in the background. Tough one for him. Then later, Reipold and Vishamirska would tangle in the exit of turn 2, and that's a big one there. And into the massive sand pile there on the exit of turn number 3. And suboptimal indeed for the 2 drivers who unfortunately were out of the race on lap number 1. And maybe a little bit of discomfort there on the elbow for Amelia Vishamirska, maybe hitting the engine block there. That is right where those drivers' elbows are, and that is a bit of a shame there. Hopefully it is all okay. Rest of the fighting then happened in those early stages. Other drivers going backwards. Max Lacroix there having a bit of a tough one. Later we saw retirements from the likes of Simon Hollander. He was the latest retirement on that one. Dylan Patel had a moment, and so did Igor Tikhonov as well. Those 2 unfortunately not making it to the end. This was an interesting one. Yellow flags out and 3 wide into the hairpin. And I don't think anything came from this one. No positions were actually gained or lost, but drivers did need to be careful about those flags they were needing to look out for. Guido Badoli on the charge there, got that overtake done on Vanessa Schilkenator. Later, Schilkenator would fight it back down the inside there. Ella Hakkinen trying to get involved as well, also stepping up the order. She was fighting well with the likes of Gianna Pascal, Clara Kowalczyk and Radek Vanfra, all in around 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th place. Across the line though, Dana Aleman would come away with a qualifying heat win, a superb drive at the end of his first outing in the Academy programme. But we will head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland, who is ready with our drivers.
Well then, Anthony, like you just called it, qualifying pole, Heat 1 a win. Dan, great race there for you, and I would say that result was really set up from the first corner, at that start. Tell us, about what the decision was to really defend and then jump back onto the racing line really quickly.
I just saw that I had a gap, so I was thinking I didn't need to defend, and it worked really well, so yeah.
And this circuit is maybe different to some of those in Europe. There's a lot of dust that exists offline, and sometimes the wind blows it onto the racing line as well. As a race leader, where you've got nobody in front of you to gauge how you're getting on, how do you manage that?
On the first lap, it was very difficult after the start because we didn't push on the formation lap, so we didn't see it. And on the second lap, because I think it was chaos behind, it was a lot of dust on the track. And it was very slippery, so I was trying to keep it on the track, and it was it. Yeah.
Very good indeed, Dan. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then into our commentary box to hear from Anthony Jordan on what we can expect next.
Thank you very much. Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, the second half of the day coming up very, very soon, around about 38 minutes' time. For the second round of qualifying heats, which will see the juniors, minis and seniors out once again in that order. You can see those taking place at about 1 o'clock. We then go into a second break of the day before we then go into the first finals of the week with the juniors, minis and seniors once more. They'll be starting at around 3 o'clock local time. For myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we will see you in around 32 minutes time, or 34 minutes time. There you go. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here for the Champions of the Future Cannery programme. 3 races already down, 3 more to go. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. And we'll be back out with the juniors for their second qualifying heat. And already we saw an absolutely fantastic little fight earlier on there, Nicole, which saw many drivers pushing forward. Pretty calm race, I would say, as well for the juniors, but bang on where they want to be at the sharp end, with Peruzzi coming away very strong at the start of the day.
Yeah, like you said, many drivers pushing forward, but all under, the tone that driver there on your screen has set. Leonidas Peruzzi pole in qualifying. A nice race win by a second to his name over Veer Chopra and Angelina Simmons. Now another job to go out on the track and do, and it's another heat win that he will be hunting down to try and grab that pole position for this afternoon's final. Of course, our drivers out there on the track are under, some pressure this weekend, Anthony. It's the last event for this championship. There's championship battles going in, and there's also maybe a bit of fun to the side of the track. Have you had a go on the water skiing yet, Anthony?
I have not, and you see that there? That is me. That's a replay. That was me earlier this week.
This morning.
Yeah, no, it was not me. I'd fall on my face very quickly. This man here, Connor Clancy, looking for a title. This man here taking that first win. With a fabulous run in the Elaine Raceway. Brilliant run for him. He had some great wins out there. Can he continue that momentum in here in Alpha San? I'm certainly thinking he could do. Very, very quick pace indeed that he had out in the morning racing. But again, needs to push forward. Had a good run. 4th place for him out there. But that is what it will be. Like we mentioned earlier on, it is UAE Day, and today marks the 54th anniversary of the United Arab Emirates, uniting under that one flag, of course. But the UAE Day, brilliant day, and I've been looking a lot about what people do over it. And again, decorating cars is one of them. They will put stickers, lights, all sorts over their cars, drive them through. Parades are a big thing about it. Just seeing friends and family, albeit as well. The fabulous one has apparently put really big discounts in the mall, so I might end up at the mall tonight, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But no, great little spirit for them, and like you say, 54 years, a great year of it, and I know that they put a lot of effort into it because the number changes every time we come back here. It was 53 last year, now it's 54, and all the lights and decorations around the towns. But here, though, we are ready for the second race of the day for the junior category. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through the full championship standings, and I will deal with the production man who just spoke into my ears a bit later on. Yes, I know that's how years work, but yeah, we'll figure that one out. Right then, Leonidas Peruzzi, Connor Clancy on the front row of the grid. Veer Chopra and Axel Nocom on row number 2. Mitans Jain and Samalek Agay go from row number 3. Angelina Simmons and Savay Dukowski go from row number 4. They'll have Aran Kareshi and Aaron Mason on row number 5. Manny Nuvolini and Didier Krief going from row number 6, with the first half of the field being achieved halfway and out of town.
Your second parts of your field going from row number 8, we have Jan Mikoleshko alongside Ko Sarah. From row number 9, it's Teo Polikand with Julia Monlair. And then from row 10 for your top 20, it's Victoria Farfus and Alejandro Campos. From 11, Elton Hedvers joins Emma Rose Dowling. And then from 12, it's Julia Angelard alongside Salomon Piragua. Rounding out your 13 rows for 25 OKN juniors in total, it's Neil Nekmouche on that final grid spot. He'll be starting all alone on the back row of the field for what will be their last qualifying heat of the day. This is the heat that will set these drivers up for their starting positions for that all-important final later on.
Indeed, where a staggering 51 points is up for grabs to the winner of that race if they win the race and take the fastest lap of said race as well. We will be curious to see how that one will transpire. Obviously, for this first part, the qualifying heats, 25 points up for grabs for the driver who has the most intermediate classification points at the end of the 2 qualifying heats. And obviously, as we have said, Leonidas Peruzzi already taking a race win. Another one here would add 25 to his tally and would actually bump him up quite nicely in those series points, because he is a little bit down there, but again, he's in and around that top section, so keep a very close eye on him. Here we go then. Into the final sector then, the last qualifying heat of the day for the OKN Junior category, into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Down towards turn number 1. Solid start for the inside line once again. Veer Chopra can slot into second place. Connor Clancy with that outside line has to drop backwards just that little bit more. Peruzzi still holds the way and has already opened up quite a significant gap. Mitans Jane this time around as again. That is Veer Chopra. That is a carbon copy of what he did earlier on. He hooks that inside curb on the first opening lap and it just sends him sideways. He lost a lot of time there.
He lost time, but it was actually Connor Clancy that lost position because of that. Clancy, I think, maybe got a bit unnerved about the rear end of Mitans James, Veer Chopra's car going side to side. Clancy then did lose position, has grabbed it back, however, but that was a close one then between those drivers. Axel Nocom, the driver, being the one to just originally jump ahead of Clancy. Out of the final turn, these drivers will go then, completing their first lap, and your 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be Peruzzi, Chopra, Clancy, Nocom and Mitanch Jain. Angelina Simmons has made up position and has gone fastest through that sector number 1. Angelina then, good charge in her previous race, finished that one off, strong in the order. She was P3, she was strong out in our lane last week, and now looks like she's doing that just again. Down the inside goes Connor Clancy, makes it a P2.
Axel Nocom follows suit as well, slots into third place now as they continue their fight on towards Leonidas Peruzzi. His gap now 0.6 of a second is closing in. Mitans Jain down the inside, squeezes past Chopra. Angelina Simmons goes through as well. And that's again another nice move there through turn 11 and 12. Very technical through there as they then into 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17. Very quick fire corners that are constantly attacking the driver and kart at the same time. But these drivers are doing a good job. Already, Peruzzi has lost out in that lead. Clancy has closed in dramatically on this lap. The gap is already down to 0.3 of a second with the fastest lap of the race from Connor Clancy. This is a good run, but don't rule out Axel Nocom as well. He has won on this very circuit and he knows how to get round it, and he is closing in there in third place.
Well, the story in the OKN Junior Championship this year has been Nuvolini versus Connor Clancy going into this last event. Clancy there in P2 walked into this weekend as your championship leader and is now quite a way ahead on the road of his rival of Manny Nuvolini, who had a poor qualifying result, has now only made up 2 positions there to be just inside of the top 10. So Nuvolini really has some work to do as we head through the rest of these laps. Now then, a trio at the front because Clancy and Nocom, like you said, Anthony Jordan has caught up to your leader of Peruzzi, but they're really going to have to work together, I would say, to try and push their way through, as Nocom just looked like he was getting slightly out of sorts through that second sector. The previous lap was your purple and your fastest driver out there, and every driver out there are under some watchful eyes this weekend. This week is a championship concluder, but some very interesting people walking around the paddock. There's Gwen LeGroux that just popped up on your screen, somebody that's a jeweler for Mercedes in finding young talent, is a talent advisor. So I think maybe some performances for some weekends are being lit up for drivers. Lit up for that driver there who's just gone down the inside. Connor Clancy takes your race lead.
Indeed, nicely done for Clancy, retaking control of this race. Nocom finds his way through as well out of turns 1 and 2. And that is Peruzzi back down to third place. Not where he wants to be, but again, fight is still on as Angelina Simmons now starting to close in. Remember, it was at this very circuit that we saw James Anagnosiadis and a Luna Flusha both crowned as junior drivers for the Mercedes program. Will there be another 2 this weekend? Well, that's a nice move from Angelina Simmons, who sends it down to third place. Certainly the right place at the right time to showcase those talents. But here now, Nocom is starting to pile that pressure on to Connor Clancy. This could be an interesting one here. Axel Nocom's pace has been good, was the fastest driver of this race a moment ago. That is taken away from Angelina Simmons, but looks incredibly quick here out of the final turn, tucking in as much as he can. The body language there from Axel Nocom has indicated he wants to do one thing and one thing only, and that is take that P1 away.
Yeah, he's on a chase now as Axel has had some good results this year throughout the championship rounds, but, hasn't quite managed to get onto the top step of the podium. That's going to be in his mind as we head through this week of racing. He's hungry there, and he's actually got nothing to lose in the case of championship points. He's not in the fight for that number 1 spot overall. Now then, Clancy just looks by eye to be backing up Nocom ever so slightly, because Angelina Simmons is starting to catch out. Didier Krief getting all over the road there on the exit of the second sector. Krief having to fend off Albert Tam, Dukowski, Polakand as well. This is starting to get a bit fiery out there in the front then. Anthony, Conor Clancy really dancing around the circuit to fend off Nocom and Simmons. Side by side they go into turn number 1. Big spin in the background as now down the inside goes Axel Nocom. Clancy really sacrificed some pace there and has lost the race lead.
Yeah, indeed, and that drama in the background, unfortunately, is for Savary Dukowski out of the kart and clearly a bit frustrated there about what to do. As now
Simmons.
Angelina Simmons back on the charge as well. Clancy down to third as soon as he had gained those spots. He's falling backwards in this order once more, and now Veer Chopra able to push through. There is the stricken Dukowski machine out of this race and going no further. Nocom, though, has delivered that overtake at just the right time. Look at this now, able to break away. Simmons there in second place already, starting to break away from Clancy, Peruzzi and Chopra. But this is nicely timed there as the yellow flags are cleared quickly at that final turn. Great work from the marshalling team that sees Nocom now taking the lead by over 0.4 of a second from Simmons, but the gap has closed down just a fraction. And here's a look back at how Simmons managed to get that one done. Out through the chicane, just clipping that curb on the inside, but just able to carry that speed into turn number 7.
Yeah, used the curb there to her advantage, just keeping the rev nice and high, and just jumped ahead of Conor Clancy, who's now having to battle it out with the drivers behind. Peruzzi now looks like he's been overtaken by Veer Chopra, so that's a change for P4. Well then, look at this quad on your screen that does include Peruzzi, Chopra, Kage, and Mittanj Jain, who is quite quickly catching up, getting a bit argy-bargy for that position for P4. Simmons, look at Angelina Simmons' charge here. She looks so comfortable around this circuit. A gentler driver with the kart. I think she's just being really clever with the front end. She's not overdoing it. Corner by corner, she's meeting these apexes, and she looks by eye to be catching up to Axel Nocom. Whether or not she's got enough time, not quite sure yet, because Nocom is driving round with a good gap. It's just under 0.3, but Angelina looks really hungry this week.
It certainly does. The gap has just creeped up just that little bit here on this final lap. Nocom just finding the pace that he needs in this final sector, but you bang on there, Nicole. Angelina Simmons is doing a superb job here to close that gap down, but like you mentioned, I just don't think there's enough time in this race to get it done. Out through the final sector, the left, the right, back to the left again, and finally this last chicane through 16 and 17. Axel Nocom is going to make it a race win here in qualifying heat 2. Across the line, it's Nocom from Angelina Simmons. Clancy takes a P3 ahead of Veer Chopra. Leonidas Peruzzi will take a P5 ahead of Mittanj Jain. Mani Nuvolini taking a P7 ahead of Savale Kage. Aran Qureshi 9th, and Aaron Mason locking out the top 10. A stark difference to what we saw earlier on, but a nice rotation there, which still, I believe, gives Conor Clancy enough points there to come away with the top running spots there, and same for Leonidas Peruzzi as well. Those 50 points and then dropping to P5 may be enough as well. Let's be very, very close. But there, a win from P4. Axel Nocom, a very, very strong performance there. Pushes him right to that top section. Angelina Simmons, though, is your biggest mover from starting that race in P7. A 5-place gain puts her there in P2. 5 places also gained, though, for Julie Anglard, who takes a P18. after gaining 5 positions as well, with the rest of the field still in a strong spot. There's your top 3. No-con from Simmons, Clancy, 1, 2, 3. The rest of your results here on your screen. Didier Creed taking P11 ahead of Albert Tamji halfway from Victoria Farfus. Jan Mikulescu from Tia Polican and Sera ahead of Julia Anglard, who rounds out the top 18. 19th place sees Emma Dowling on a 3-place gain ahead of Elton Hedford. Then it is Alejandro Campos from Julia Monler. Then it is Nurnek Mush from Salomon Paragua. And the unfortunate retirement for Xavier Dikowski. Then number 40 Machine out of the race with 4 laps to go. For the rest of the field here, that is a job done in the juniors, and they can relax now until their final later on. For Axel Nocom, that is a job well done, and that puts him right up at that sharp end for the racing later on. And you can imagine, he's happy with that result. A P1 for the driver from the Philippines, who has won finals here in previous races. Certainly knows how to pedal around here. Keep an eye on that man from the Philippines. Here's a look at your highlights from the racing here. And you can see it was a decent start there for Leonidas Peruzzi. Managed to get that run into turn 1. No real drama. Veer Chopra was able to get that move to the inside. Once again, though, it was that chicane that was just keeping Veer Chopra from fighting for a P1 spot here. They exit out of the likes of turns 3 and 4. It's into 5 and 6. This chicane here, watch them as they come in, clips the curb, and again, the back end just steps out there into that chicane. Very dramatic start for Veer Chopra, and that allowed the likes of Clancy to get the move down the inside later on. Nocom was able to follow through as well. Mitansh Jain tried to get involved later. Get tangled in with Angelina Simmons, who would fight her way up to second place. A very strong second half of the day for Angelina Simmons. This would have helped her out nicely here. The side-by-side battles that push their way forward. Clancy's move for the race lead on lap number 4. Nicely done there in towards turn 16 later, and then Nocom was able to get that move done. Only down the next straight, and was able to get that second place spot away. Then we saw Angelina Simmons once again going for the charge, this time down at turn number 8. This was beautiful here. There was the spin in the background for Xavier Dikowski, but then this right here, Nocom just able to squeeze his way through. Clancy on the defensive line. Nocom taking the up and under move there, moving up into P1. And then Simmons' last attempt to get up into second place. A very strong race for these two. Nocom taking the win from Angelina Simmons and Connor Clancy at the end of that second qualifying heat. Well, they will make their way, of course, back to the paddock. They will get themselves checked over and ready for their final later on today. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, then, we might be getting to the late part of our season, but no achievements for drivers because Axel Nocom has just taken his first win in a race here in the Champions of the Future Academy programme. Axel, great result there for you. The move for the race lead, can you talk us through it?
I think my move for the race lead was actually kind of good because I got the perfect switchback, and then after that I built the gap a little bit. But then since I won, I'm kind of happy.
And, you know, good achievement then for you, Axel. I'm sure that will be adding to your confidence. And going into our final later on, you should be, you know, quite far up to the front. How are you feeling like you're going to try and manage that race? Do you think a win could be on the cards for you this week?
I'm feeling confident going into the final since I'm starting around the top 3. But hopefully my target is to win.
Well, Axel, we'll see if you can pull that one off later on. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then into our commentary box because we have our Mini 60s up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. A very nice little run there for the juniors. But like you mentioned, we turn our attention once more to Mini 60. And again, a very frantic little bit of racing that we saw for the Mini 60s in their first race earlier on, which saw Nicolo Perico fight his way through that field. He came away with a solid result for that checker flag, a staggering 10 places gained for Perico. Gonschalk was able to take second from Francesco Lisgnano. Lesnioli who rounded out the top 3. But again, that was then, and this is now, and it's back with Sevilla Rodenko on that pole position spot after a incredible timed qualifying. And she was looking for a qualifying heat win in that first one. Unfortunately, that last lap just playing havoc with the Mini 60s, which unfortunately lost likes of Zane Burgess and Josh Bergman from fighting up at that sharp end of the field as well. So again, we are expecting a slightly different race result in this one, or we could see a similar one. We are not too sure, but we have to wait and see because, of course, the Perico Goldschalk fight is the one we want to watch in the Mini 60. Their championship fight is still on, but again, still yet to see what will happen in this second qualifying heat. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Nicole, again, Mini 60 was quite a frantic one earlier on. I suspect we are going to see another, as there you can see some of the seniors and juniors. Vanessa Schilkenator there with Victoria Farfus walking through the paddock. I'm sure are ready to watch the next race that's coming up. The Mini 60s should be an exciting one with multiple drivers out there.
It's fair to say it will be exciting.
Yes.
I think every single one of how many races this year, we've been sat in here quite literally edge of the seats, like mad scientist moments with our hands flapping in the air because it gets that exciting.
Well, I've been cool, calm, collected in the commentary box, Nicole. Yes, you may have been going mad around with the arms and flailing them around, but no. I've been calm and collected in the box. That's a complete lie. But there you can see the field line themselves up, and there was Sevilla Rodenko primed and ready on that pole position spot, starting alongside Zane Burgess. But again, it was a very dramatic race earlier on, like you say, on that last lap. And there you can see Zane Burgess primed and ready to go.
Well, Zane then in the previous race, like I mentioned earlier on, didn't have the result that he would have wanted. He also didn't have the results when we were out in Alain, but he's a driver pretty much built of confidence. And Andretti, backed driver since he was 8 years old, somebody that within this last qualifying heat for our Mini 60s will be trying to put it at the front end and absolutely keep it there back. Every single one of the other 31 Minis out there on the track into each other, let them trip over and try and bolt away. It won't be easy though, because he's got big names around him, big names like that young driver on your screen. Joshua Bergman, who joins us for the last 2 rounds of this championship from Miami, from the USA, a driver that is now backed by Red Bull. He's one of the names that Zane Burgess will have to think about.
Yeah, he certainly will do, and will be one to watch here. And again, fabulous work from the marshals here at the Alpha San circuit. Brilliant work from them so far over the course of this week. And looking forward to seeing what they can achieve for the drivers out there. And they've done some great work to keep the track nice and clear throughout these races. Last qualifying heat then of the day for the Minis ahead of their final later on. And what will be the outcome of this race? We don't know just yet, but we are moments away from finding out. As Mini 60 qualifying heat 2 is engines on as they head out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Sevilla Rodenko, after a superb qualifying session, is on pole position and is joined by Zane Burgess alongside Josh Bergman. And David Schiff go from row number 2. There we'll see the likes of Ava Lawrence and Francesco Lesnioli on row number 3. Ilya Sami and Achilles Peruzzi go from row number 4. And then we come into the nitty-gritty of the title fight here. Win Goldschalk on row number 5 will be joined by Giovanni Desani Jr. Nicolo Perico right behind Goldschalk. Those two taking a P1 and P2 in that first qualifying heat earlier on today. Lorenzo Sacchetto starting alongside Perico. Row 7 sees Atika Mir and Samar Chopra. Then of the likes of Tia Palfrain and Ava Cueva on row number 8, with the first half of the field being Baptiste Augustin and Liam Netawati as well.
The second part of your field, starting from row number 10, your top 20 looks like Timur Garipov with Maximilian Schilling. From row number 11 is Alonso Gonzalez with Jan Garjelik. And then from row number 12, we have Manuel Kalendi with Milo Kornil. From 13, Amol Pantoli with Edin Kaserovic. And then from row number 14, Joy Alleman will join alongside Luashu Mathabalu. From row number 15, Ronald Vettner will be housed alongside Adam Hoffman. And rounding out your Mini 60 grid will be Jan Vavra, alone there on that 16th row.
indeed. Looking like we are missing a driver from my timing screen here. Timur Yarapov in the 8:54 is not clocking up on my screen. And there we can see, hopefully we do have all drivers out there, but we'll have to wait and see what has occurred there. Yellow flags out, of course, for all the drivers on this formation lap. They need to get themselves primed and ready for this one. We've had a couple of false starts, but the minis have been going racing first time of asking, so they've been the best starts we've seen so far. Will it be a similar story in this one? Sofia Rudenko and Zane Burgess on the front row of the grid. And everyone is out, smiles on. There is the Burgess family. Thumbs up from qualifying. He's ready for the racing here, and I'm certainly looking forward to it as well. What can he do from this front row of the grid? The points still, Parika, of course, with the 50, Godschalk with the 44, Lisgnoli with the 41 in the intermediate classifications. Will it be a different story, though, in this one as we exit out of the final turn? They look a bit feisty to get away. Are we racing? The answer is no. It's our first false. I did. It's commentator's curse, Nicole. Jinxed the clean starts.
Well, these minis then just keeping us on the edge of our seats. They know we're excited. That's what it is, Anthony.
Yeah.
They know that we're keen to see them get going.
No. It's all good.
Anyway.
Did I catch you off guard there?
You did.
Sorry.
You've been doing that a lot in the past couple of weeks.
You know, it's because it's the end of the season, I think. You know, it's the end of the season, and we've been well-behaved over the start of the season with just being professional in the commentary. But no, now it's time to crack out a few jokes here and there, because I know I'm not going to be able to do it until 2026.
Yeah.
Annoy you until 2026, that is.
I know.
Really.
I feel quite thankful.
Do you feel quite thankful for that? What are you thankful for this year? Not being annoyed by you anymore. Perfect. Right then, here we go, though. Field once again heading into that final sector. They are primed and ready. Smiles all around. There is Lynn and Roland Geidel, some of the team here from RGMMC. The founder, of course, RGMMC. Lynn, who is the magician behind the keyboard and admin side of things of RGMMC. Also, is not very good at pool, I can tell you that as well. I've never played pool against Lynn, but I'm sure one day I'll play pool against Lynn and I'll beat her. Right, let me see. I don't know where I was going with that at all. Right then, here we go. Mini 60 into that final corner. Is it going to be a good start this time around? Fingers crossed it will be. Sofia Rudenko and Zane Burgess on that front row of the grid, the back of the grid, primed and ready. We saw a win from P11 in the first qualifying heat. Will we see a very similar story in this one? We are moments away from finding out as they exit out of the final corner and into those tram lines. It is lights out, fights on in Mini 60 towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front two rows, but keep an eye on Josh Bergman. He looks to the inside. He might take second place away, but he can't do that. He stays there in third place. Burgess holds on to P2 around the outside, was able to keep Josh Bergman at bay, but it's still Sofia Rudenko who holds on to the lead as they exit out through turns number 5 and 6 for the first time. Burgess looks to the inside and takes that lead away.
Nice move there by Burgess. We said he's got confidence on four wheels, and that move down the inside of Sofia Rudenko just shows that. P3, it is Joshua Bergman trying to hunt down to break into the top two. Trio not too close. Bergman's got a couple of kart lengths to try and find. Down into the last sector, the drivers will go as side-by-side moments. That's drivers catching each other out massively. Could have potentially been Ava Lawrence, who was just slightly forced wide there on the exit of turn number 12. Down through the last corner they will go. They will complete their first lap of racing. And your top three is Burgess, from Rudenko, from Bergman. Up the hill, they are, oh, look at this one. Sofia Rudenko tries to take the race lead back. She's quickly has to let it go, but it was a nice attempt there by the driver on top of the hill. Has to settle there in P2. That makes Bergman vulnerable because Wyn Godschalk has suddenly arrived as, look at the race lead, taken back once more. Sofia Rudenko gets past Zane Burgess. Zane Burgess says, no, watch this, and takes it back again.
And all this is going to do is close the pack back up, and unfortunately there in the background, that was Perutze just running a little bit wide there out of the hairpin. Perico now trying to get his move down the inside, but still it's Burgess who leads the way from Godschalk. Perico's back there in third place. And it's in Godstalk's best interest here to try and keep Perico at bay. Remember, there is a title fight at stake here, and those two are the two main protagonists in that fight. Out of that final turn, and it is still the likes of Burgess who leads the way. And with this moment here, would step up to third in the points, but it's still Perico who would be in the good spot as he now steps up into second place.
I just blinked, Anthony, and had about 3 different people leading this race within the case of that single close of an eye. Godstalk out there in the front, but not for too much longer. Down the inside, you give him the opportunity, he'll snatch it away from you. Perico takes the race lead.
Indeed. Can anything stop this young Italian who now steps up once more to the sharp end of this field? But again, Godstalk is still there. You've still got Burgess still there. There's a long way to go in this race. We are only on lap number 3, but already you're seeing this change happening. Bergman back down the inside, got the move done past Rudenko. Ava Lawrence slips through as well.
Yeah, Ava Lawrence there, I think, just demonstrating a bit of track knowledge with that one. Knew where to position the cart away from that dust and just managed to pop in a nice little move. Out there in the front then, glued together throughout this week so far through practices, qualifying, Heat 1, now Heat 2, and that all-important championship. Perico and Godstalk out there in the front, separated by next to nothing. They have got a bit of breathing room now to Zane Burgess, but Perico sets the tone for the rest of the class with that fastest lap. They have got a bit of air now. Shortly behind, Burgess, Bergman and Lawrence separated by next to nothing. A new name that is coming closer and closer again is Lisnioli. Looking quick there down in P7. Some time to find, but they're counting out.
This fight here still pretty interesting. Win Godstalk, yes, maybe right behind Perico. But remember, there's another 25 championship points up for grabs here. And at this moment, Perico's going to get them and extend that title lead just that little bit more. Godstalk there in second place would be taking the points for P2 right now, but it still is not going to be helping him out in this fight. He needs to make sure that he finishes ahead here as they head through once more up and down the field. Still some big movers happening out there. Ava Lawrence is back on the charge and is still there holding on to 4th place for the time being. Lisnioli is your fastest driver out there. He's currently in P6 and starting to get involved in that fight behind, which you can see now consists of 4 karts chasing the leading 2.
Well, it's 10 and 7 places gained for Perico and Godstalk out there in 1 and 2. In the qualifying heat points so far, it's Perico that leads the way with 100, and it is Godstalk that's shortly behind him with 88. Those two drivers, there's not really been too much going on between them in the past 2 laps. Godstalk just being intelligent with this one, trying his best to push away from Burgess, Lawrence and Bergman to give the 2 drivers out there in the front as much space as possible so that when he tries to go for that race lead, they don't invite other drivers into it. Ava Lawrence looking good there in P3, leading round Burgess and Bergman. Really strong stuff for the Discover Your Drive backed driver.
As I like to call it, Nicole, the battle buffer
Yes.
that they're trying to extend here, and they have done that, but only by 0.8 of a second. Bergman back down the inside of Burgess and squeezes through. Ava Lawrence now taking this opportunity to take the normal racing line, but she's gone too wide, and Lawrence is going to lose out on 3 spots there. Burgess, Bergman and Lisnioli all going through, and there as well is Peruzzi back on the charge. They've lost a lot of time now to Perico and Godstalk. This is gifting them that chance now. They get this. Godstalk can go for the lead fight here now. If he wants to attack Perico, now's the best opportunity to do it. On to this final lap. Can he do it? Out they go, out of turn number 17. Checks over the shoulder. It's a big old gap you've got here. But Perico has just been able to hold about a 2/10 buffer now to Godstalk going on to this final lap, meaning that Godstalk has not got the positioning to get that move done. The fight still raging in the background, but Win Godstalk has just set the fastest lap of the race. This might help him out. Bergman, Burgess, Peruzzi, Lisnioli, Lawrence, Sacchetto are all fighting there in the background for positions. This is absolutely incredible. Nachoati there is looking incredibly quick as well. He's up into that top fight as well. He's on a 9-place gain here. is the American. Look at this train, all for third place. It's an incredible sight to see. Burgess has got himself up to third place now. Bergman there in fourth, but no fighting at the front here until this last moment when Gottschalk down the inside. He tried to get the nose through, but Perico slammed it close. The two go wheel to wheel over the start-finish line, and they are separated by 0.04 of a second. But Perico once again takes the win ahead of Gottschalk and will take the 25 championship points to his name. Perico extends that lead into the final later today. It's Nicolo Perico, P1 ahead of Wyn Gottschalk. Zane Burgess from Josh Bergman. Liam Nachawati takes a P5, a 13 place gain there for Liam Nachawati. What a drive there to finish in P5 from P18 on the grid. An incredible drive there. Achilles Peruzzi takes a P6 ahead of Villiers Sami. Francesco Lisgnoli finishing ahead of Lorenzo Zacchetto. Tika Mir from Ava Lawrence. The top 11 from Giovanni Desani Jr., who rounds out the top 12. There is your full results there for your top three. Perico, Gottschalk and Burgess. 1, 2, 3. A solid drive from all of them there with great representation from the USA here. Gottschalk, Burgess, Bergman and Nachawati there up in that top 5. But the rest of the field there, let's see, 13th David Shioff ahead of Jan Garzielik. Mila Kornil from Sofia Rodenko there. That's a really tough one for Sofia. She was right up there at that sharp end and retaking that race lead. To drop to P16 on those last few laps, a big shame for her from pole. Baptiste Augustin from Ami Patanoli as well, and that is a good run there to finish in P18. There you can see Manuel Kalendi ahead of Alonso Gonzalez, who lock out the top 20 out there. Fortunately, for some others, retirements happening. Maximilian Schilling and Timo Yarapov not starting that race. But Schilling there, the only retirement, unfortunately. Here is a look at the highlights from this one. Well, Bergman looked incredibly competitive right at the start of that race, was looking immediately for second place to the inside from that word go. Wasn't able to squeeze his way through. Burgess was able to hold it round the outside there, was able to take a third place, a solid result, and does step up that order to 6th in the intermediate classification, but obviously will be going a little bit backwards for that final. But from what we've been seeing here, the fighting has been incredibly strong in the Mini 60 category. Drivers trying to push their way up the order in the early stages there was Sofia Rodenko just trying to get through into the race lead, wasn't able to do so. Then later did manage to squeeze her way to the inside. But Zane Burgess, wise to it, was able to hold it around the inside at turn number 3. This, of course, this battle kept the field closing in. Wyn Gottschalk was able to get up into third place as well, stepping himself through. This was Rodenko to the inside, back into the race lead, but albeit for only about 80 metres or so, which is when Burgess sent it back down the inside there at turn number 8, and that's what forced the entire pack through. Gottschalk was able to get up to second place due to that, and then it all started to really kick off in the background with everyone getting involved. It wasn't over just yet, because again later on in that lap she was back to the inside, lead changes happening thick and fast, and then it was Perico to take the race lead, and he would go on to take that qualifying heat win. That then did kickstart that chain reaction that saw Burgess through, which saw the likes of Tika Mir pushing forward as well. Ava Lawrence trying to get involved in that fight as well. She would later tumble to 11th place at the end of that one, unfortunately, for the treble 8 machine. But still, it just showcases how tough these races are. That was the moment that Ava Lawrence unfortunately just went backwards a little bit. This attempt here for Zane Burgess and for the likes of Wyn Gottschalk and Nicolo Perico. A brilliant run to the end, very close across the line, but Perico taking it ahead of Gottschalk. Burgess would finish third, after a very competitive qualifying Heat 2 for Mini 60. We will see them out for their final later on today. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, then, we're down here with our driver who will provisionally be starting on pole later on for our Mini 60 final. Nico, great race there for you again, but it wasn't given to you. You had to battle it out with Win. That attempted move by him, can you tell us a bit more?
Wasn't easy. For sure was a great battle. Yeah, really happy, and let's see what we can do in the final.
And throughout these heats, then, you've had to charge your way through the field. You've, in both heats, made up 10 positions. How do you weave your way through the traffic, Nico? Do you know? Tell us about how you overtake in the way that you do.
Actually, before it was a bit more trickier, but now it was more easier because we actually overtake more guys in the first lap, so it was much more easier. And yeah, after all the race, we just pushed me and Win. And after the last lap was good lap. I already know that the final will be with a great battle, but let's see what we can do, actually.
Let's see, indeed. Nico, thank you very much. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere.
One more qualifying heat to go for the day's racing. It is OKN Senior that heads out onto the track next for their second and final race before the final later on today. Quite the battles we've had in the senior category. Great run, though, of course, for the man's first appearance, Dan Alaman, taking that first qualifying heat win by quite some way. A very controlled start to his racing week here.
Well, if you're going to make a debut in a championship and show everybody what you're made of, Dan Alaman is the one to try and watch do that. 2.9 seconds clear from anybody else in the field during his first heat. Really did bolt off from the green lights straight away into turn number one. He had that race lead and was completely unchallenged because the rest of the drivers around him, like Chiara Batigue, like Marcus Schilkunas, had some work to put in. Batigue fell down the order slightly throughout that heat, dropped 3 positions to finish in P5. So not the result she would have wanted, but one more opportunity now for our seniors to get some points in the board to qualify themselves higher up for those finals.
No, indeed, and there you can see, just focusing ahead of this race. I can imagine last words of encouragement very soon before the seniors head out onto the track, which is right now. Whistle blows, engines fire up. Let's quickly fire you through this full starting lineup. Dan Alaman, great race earlier on, was a P1. Can he do it again from here, from the front row of the grid? Chiara Batigue joining alongside. She may have dropped to 5th, but still focused on this fight. Marcus Schilkunas, it was a P2 early on. Can he do the same or even better in this one ahead of Sada Matsui? Did take a P3. She starts his one P4. Wida Badoli and Vanessa Schilkunator go from row number 3. There we'll see Zach Green and Oscar Gallin on row number 4. Ella Hakkinen. The Monegas needs to push forward in this one. Had a tough race earlier on. Fell back in the order as she was racing with Radek Vavra alongside. Klara Kowalczyk and Wojciech Woda go from row number 6. She'll have Ryan Qureshi and Shuran Mohan on row number 7, with Emilia Wiszyminska and Marlon Bayer on row number 8. Gianna Pascal and Kasper Reipol, they lock out the front rows on row number 9.
Your top 20 then is rounded out by Morgana Lusa and Diniar Islamov on row number 10. And then from 11, we have Elias Leman with Igor Chukhanov. From 12, it's Simon Hollander, who needs a good one after a DNF and penalty earlier on. He's starting alongside Tatiana Alexieva. From 13, we have Great Britain and Portugal with Dylan Patel and Gabby Texera. And then from 14, it's Timofey Stoyanov with Max Lacroix. 15 will look like Benjamin Borsch with Pietro Camelengo. And then from 16, it's Carolina Redondo and Anastasia Gerasis. Rounding out your 17-row strong field, 34 seniors in total. Omar Jorge and Iron Marwa will start alongside each other. The last qualifying heat then of today's racing. The last qualifying heat for our OKN seniors before we go into those all-important finals later on, where the pressure will rise, the points available for the championship will increase, and the drivers will really go to work.
Indeed, looking forward to this one for the senior category. Again, tantalisingly close out there in the points further down in the title fight. But of course, it's all eyes on Marko Šilkūnas here, the Lithuanian, that has delivered the incredible results throughout this entirety of the season. Dominated the first 2 rounds, dominated in Portimao in Portugal, dominated in Valencia in Spain. Then went on a pretty consistent charge for the rest of those rounds, and then has come here to Alphasan as the lights have not gone out and they have gone round again, which gives us, Nicole, time to talk rubbish probably for the next lap.
Well, you were just talking, about the progress or the form of Šilkūnas throughout this championship.
Yep.
Every single time he slightly fell short, he's absolutely bounced back.
100%.
Slovakia, he had a poor moment at one stage and then really just lights things up once more. And so dominant, has outdone probably the performance that Flusha put in last year. Every single round, he's managed to grab a podium. Really impressive.
No, he certainly has. Certainly one to watch throughout this. And of course, as he starts his young and I'm sure long campaign of racing, as he starts to dip his toes into the world of Formula 4 racing through next year. But we'll keep a close eye on his progression in the form of both karting and Formula racing. Here we go. Into the final sector once again. Field primed and ready in the OKN senior category. They make their way down. Everyone is excited to see the start of this one. It's a long track, this one, only 1.2 kilometres, but still many turns for the drivers to negotiate on. There's not many long straights for them to really rest. It's all about action here in Alphasan, and we're about to get more of it. Towards turn number 1, it's a good start then for the likes of Dan Alaman again, is able to sweep to the outside and take the optimal line through turn 1. Others are struggling through turn number 2. 4, 5 wide there in the background. Possibly Tatiana Alexieva there getting squeezed out wide as it's not gone well down at turn number 3. 3 karts off the circuit, unfortunately, and there you can see multiples of them. Is that Morgana Lucia one of them? Yes, it is indeed. The 242 is another one of those. That is Gabby Texera. Couldn't quite catch that third number.
Well.
No, is it? That's a big shame. So 3 drivers out of this race, all at turn number 3.
Well then, I felt like I had deja vu watching that race start by Dan Alaman. Did completely the exact same thing that he did in his first qualifying heats, just jumped straight onto that race line, bolted up the hill, and has given himself a race lead. Oh, out the final corner, side by side, drivers going all over that exit curb. Almost a big moment there for Green, but gets back onto the tarmac as aggressive these drivers go through the second corner. On the inside, it looks like Chiara Batig is being challenged there for P2 by Šilkūnas. Has Šilkūnas pulled it off?
Look at this.
Yes, he has, and invites Sarah Matsoy back into the fight as well. So this trio saw a lot of each other in our previous qualifying heat where we had that moment with the yellow flag. Nobody was caught out by that one, luckily. But again, it's Batig, Šilkūnas and Sarah Matsoy that are in this sort of battle with each other. but maybe not what we saw in the previous heat for Dan Alleman. He hasn't massively bolted away. It's only 3.5 tenths.
Albert Tam and Emma Dowling there, smiles on their faces as they watch this senior race unfold in front of them. As the fight still rages on this time around, Marcus Shilkunis has got there to the front a lot earlier than what he did earlier on, and now has been able to stick with Alleman, who's not been able to break away by a 1 second gap. The gap's only 0.2 of a second. Only fractionally on that last lap did it increase, but Marcus Shilkunis set that fastest lap of the race, in confirmation of that on your screen. Started to just close it in that little bit more as Chiara Batik, still under pressure from Sana Matsui, looks to the inside at turn number 8, but not close enough for the attack. The fight behind, though, is raging on. Vanessa Shilkanator and Zach Green are in a duo, and then it's the Gallen, Vavra, Kowalczyk and Koreshi fight that is starting to unfold behind as well.
Well, I think it's pretty much the rest of the field behind Ella Hakkinen. Badoli, Pascal, Islamov, Karthik, Le Mans getting involved in that one as well. But maybe potentially getting involved for a race lead very soon, Anthony. Marcus Shilkunis runs out of the final corner and reduces that gap over the course of the previous lap between him and Alleman. It was 3 tenths. It's now just under 2.5. And I can hear it from the commentary box, our grandstand, you know, the shouting that's going on out there, people really getting into this fight now, you know, from the sidelines. So much at stake for so many drivers this weekend. Has spread out in the top 4 between Alleman, Shilkunis, Batik and Matsui, but one small mistake, one small miss of the corner, they're going to be on you.
Yeah, indeed. This is what it's all about in terms of karting, is maintaining those gaps and trying to just take a tenth here or two away, and we are constantly seeing that here. This part of the track, though, absolutely so demanding on a driver here on the ribs, and you can see there Ken Alleman giving that support to his son Dan, just to say, you know, little movements, don't overdo it, nice and gentle around this part of the track, because it is a technical circuit, and for Dan Alleman, this is his first time racing here now. You can just see his hand position, he's quite low on the wheel there, he's kind of pushing a little bit forward on that wheel, but he's keeping it nice and gentle with the movement still.
You know, if you're overdoing it on the steering wheel, you're really going to start to slide around the circuit, use too much tyre, end up on the wrong part of the track, and it's going to make it hard work for you. Alleman just wants to be careful with that kart. He wants to sort of use the banking section like where they're going through now, and let the kart do the work, let the grip do the work for you. Push on that outside arm, hold it, and just allow that Kart Republic to dance underneath you. Out of the final 2 corners of 16 and 17, they will go again to tick off another lap to head into the second part of this race. Alleman and Shilkunis still 2.5 tenths between the 2 drivers. Batik and Sarah Matsui have not fallen off the back of this duo just yet, but I'm sure Shilkunis is just trying to weave around, hunt down the smart position to overtake. He doesn't want to go for the race lead and invite Batik and Matsui into this.
It is a long old race, these ones, 12 laps around a 1.2. It is a long distance that they have here. Just under 15-kilometre race distance for them. It is taxing on a driver, especially with the conditions. I mean, we are 29 degrees out there. It is very physical on the drivers through here. But again, you're just seeing those small movements here. And I've got to say, Alleman looks way more comfortable now in that final sector than what he has done in previous sessions. And now really starting to push through. He does open up that gap just ever so fractionally. The pace now is starting to get a little bit quicker behind here. Batik and Matsui, we've not spoken about them for the last couple of laps. They have been going to work here. And now the fastest drivers out there on circuit.
It could be the case that Alleman has just found a natural rhythm, or it could be the case maybe tyre pressure is coming into play for the driver out in the front. You know, maybe just worked his way around something different with that pressure in the tyre as they get older. And, you know, these drivers, going back to how difficult it is for them then, Anthony, you know, it's not actually a very long straight for these drivers. They head out of the final corner and they're pretty much arriving at turn number 1, which, let's not forget, is hugely uphill, and then straight into a really tight right-hander for them, where their bodies, their necks really do get pushed sort of out of the kart. It's not an easy circuit. It's not just the temperature that makes it hard. It's the nature of the track. eyes on this one there. Still between Batik and Matsoy. No change between those two drivers, but Matsoy does look like she's getting closer. As now Will Green, 5 second. Sorry, Zach Green, not Will Green, brothers, but different one. Zach Green gets given a 5-second penalty, which drops him round about P11, P12
Indeed, big shame for that one there. Shilkunas, fastest driver out there on that last lap. He's just sticking with this one. I'm loving this, and for Marcus Shilkunas, he's had quite the season. But now he's getting a season finale he will enjoy.
Ooh.
Look to the inside, and he's done it through past Dan Alaman. Checks over the shoulder, can see that the gap is closing down just that little bit. It's around a second now between themselves and Chiara Batik just behind. But again, it's a long old way to go in this race as they're still scrapping in the background. But there you can see the fight is still on. The rest of the field, they're still getting involved. Emilia Vishamirska and Jana Pascal are on the charge as well. They've just both got past Pietra Kamalengo and Shiran Mohan. That is to around 17th and 18th place. But eyes focus on these front two as Shilkunas' lead now remains at 0.2 of a second. I don't think Alaman is over with this fight at the front.
Absolutely not. Alaman, I think, has got more in him to try and show. We've not actually seen him attempt an overtake so far this week. He's been out there in his clean air. He hasn't had to actually attempt anything just yet. But we know from Alaman, you know, we've seen him race before. He will absolutely go for it when that gap opens up, when that door opens up. Down the hill they go. Shilkunas just taking that slightly tighter line because he knows that Alaman is all over him. That's the reason why Kasper Reipold is no longer running then. Reipold was given that technical flag, but side pod there, not bolted to the kart.
Unfortunately, with a side pod, it's got your kart number and your name on it, so you can't really get away with
hide.
it. Yeah, you can't hide. That's not mine. I'm pretty sure it is, but yes. This one here, though, well, I've got to say, Shilkunas has really stepped it up on this lap. That gap has opened up quite considerably now to 0.4 of a second. Alaman needs to be careful here. He doesn't fall into the clutches of Chiara Batik and Sara Matsoy just behind. Unless we see something unfold on these last couple of laps, it might be signed, sealed and done here. But of course, with Alaman being on pole position, he will still outscore Marcus Shilkunas and will still take the pole position for the final later on today. But let's see how this one will transpire for the last few laps of this race as the field goes on to lap number 11 of 12.
Well, Matsoy still looking to try and have a go at Batik, but she's not attempted anything just yet. I'd quite like to see her try and go for a move. Is she going to leave it to the very last moment? We saw in the minis earlier on, you know, drivers do like to do that, do like to keep us waiting. Matsoy is absolutely within that distance to try and have a go, but she's just sat there lap after lap. Is it confidence or is it strategy for the Williams driver? Currently, what is happening to her is that she's falling closer and closer into the hands of the driver behind. Shilkunas has now turned this duo into a trio. Chiara Batik runs wide out of turn number 17. Up the hill they will go. Starts to park it closer and closer to the white line. Shilkunas all over the back now of Sara Matsoy. So Batik, Matsoy and Vanessa all involved with each other as Alaman hasn't managed to bridge that gap closer as we go into and through this final lap.
Indeed, and here we go then. Matsoy goes defensive once more. Vanessa tries to get that nose down the inside, but it's not quite close enough this lap on the final lap of this race. Chiara Batik is still holding on to that one, but you can see how twitchy they are being to try and get a nose down the inside at any given opportunity. Zach Green may have had a 5-second time penalty in this race, but it's also starting to close in. Here we go. It's kicking off at the front. Alaman is all over the rear bumper of Marcus Shilkunas, but it's not going to be enough to the very end. Marcus Shilkunas will take the win. The trio behind will stay the same as well, but that is all they can do in the seniors until that final. It's joint on points with Alaman and Shilkunas, but with Dan Alaman taking pole in qualifying, it falls back to TQ. And for Dan Aleman, he will take the pole position for the final later on today. A nice work done for the driver from Switzerland, and can relax just that little bit now. But there, Markus Šilkūnas, your race winner from Lithuania here in Alphasan. Very deserved run there, a win from third place. Puts him second in the points. Saara Matsoi will once again claim a position. She will step up to third. There you can see Joy Aleman, the younger sister, just watching her older brother racing out on the circuit, and can, I'm sure, be delighted with the result for her older brother, who'll be starting it on a pole position for that final. For other drivers, though, not the start of the race they would have wanted. Gary Teixeira there, Dylan Patel, Morgana Lucia, having that drama right at the start of the race. Thankfully, all of them okay, but I can imagine still bruised from that result. Kasper Reipold as well, that side pod coming off, drops him to 31st place. Igor Tikhonov as well, that's a second retirement, and Tatiana Alexieva also caught out in that race, finishes 29th place. For Markus Šilkūnas, though, that is a deserved win ahead of Dan Aleman and Chiara Batig. Saara Matsoi finishing P4 will put herself on that second row of the grid now, but starting on the inside of row number 2 for the final. Vanessa Chilconator then finishes ahead of Oscar Gallen and Radek Vavra. Ryan Qureshi and Klara Kowalczyk and Ella Hakkinen lock out the top 10. Zach Green, with his 5-second time penalty added to his result, drops him to 11th place. Guido Badoli finishes in P12 ahead of Wojciech Woda, Dimitra Izamov from Elias Leman, Marlon Beyer from Emilia Wyszomirska, Gianna Pascal from Pietra Camerlengo, who gained 11 places in that race to be the biggest mover, to finish in P19 ahead of Shrivan Mohan, and Carolina Redondo, who gained 10 places in that race to finish in P21. Timofey Sabatanov finishes very nicely as well, 5 places gained ahead of Max Lacroix. Omar Jorge from Hollander, Drasis from Borg, and Mawa, who rounds out the top 28. This is a look at your highlights, and again, very undramatic start for the front runners. It did, however, kick off in the background. Gabby Teixeira, Dylan Patel and Morgana Lucia all tangling through the corner, and there you can see it just on the apex. Unfortunately, 3 of them would go round, and that was their fight over in that second qualifying heat, and just about 3 or 4 karts all in the same part of the track, coming away unscathed. But the fights that went on at the front end of the field, Aleman immediately was under pressure from Chiara Batig. It was later when Markus Šilkūnas was able to close in. There was the clean-up of that incident in the first part of the lap. Unfortunately, none of those drivers able to get going again. More dramas happened. There was the unfortunate moment just in the background there, which saw everyone getting caught out. Benjamin Borjeremia there in that 224, dropping to 27th place, but still had a 2-place gain in that fight nonetheless. This was a change for the lead. Down the inside for Markus Šilkūnas. It was nicely done in towards turn 16. It's one of those hot spots out on the lap. Was able to hold on to that lead for the remainder of that race. You can just see him there as he appeared from the background. Very close at the end. Šilkūnas and Aleman line astern as they had joint points, but it will be Aleman starting that final on pole position with the 94 points to his name. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, you just called it then, Anthony. Dan will be on pole later on this afternoon. Dan, good result for you once more, but you were challenged out there in the front. Can you tell us about how you had to manage that race?
It was very difficult because at the start it was Marcus was staying behind me, so I was a little bit. I had a little bit of pressure, but then he passed me. I was trying to keep it with him. And it was funny because he was trying to slow me down, that Chiara can overtake me. And he could be on pole, but he didn't manage to do that. So now I'm on pole, so I'm very happy with this.
And going into the final then, being on pole position, we've seen some great race starts by you, Dan. 2 in a row, you've really shown us how you grab the lead and hold onto it. Do you reckon it's going to be doable again for the final?
We're going to see.
We will see indeed. Dan, thank you very much. Like we said, you will be on pole. We'll get you and Marcus to swap over. Marcus Schilkunis then, of course, is fighting out for a championship this week. Marcus, good to see you. You know, we saw you last week out in our lane. I can't imagine too much would have changed between then and now. Still the same pace. Going into the final, what are you feeling?
Everything is nice, and I don't know. Yeah, everything is nice for now.
And tell us then, Marcus, about the last, 2 or 3 laps of that race between yourself and Dan, how it unfolded, how you had to try and play that one out.
Yeah, I just saw a bit of a mistake from him, and I sent the move straight away, and then from then just tried to pull away, and then in the end it worked out.
Well, Marcus, thank you very much. We'll see you later on the grid for the finals. And talking of finals, we'll head back up into the commentary box so Anthony Jordan can tell us a bit more.
I can tell you everything I know about those finals, Nicole, and I can tell you that there are 3 of them, and they start at 3 o'clock with the juniors, minis, and the seniors. Other than that, there's not much more to tell you about them, but they will be very, very exciting indeed, so make sure you stay tuned for those ones. They'll be approaching in around about an hour's time for the start of the races, but we'll be back a little bit before that time with all the build-up and all the talking action, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll see you in roughly about 42 minutes time for the first finals of the week here for round 6 of the Champions of the Future Academy programme, live from Alpha Stan. long wait is over. It is the penultimate finals day for the Champions of the Future Academy Programme 2025 here in the majestic city of Abu Dhabi. We're only a stone's throw from the main capital city itself at the Al Fassan Resort here for the Al Fassan International Kart Track. It is set, primed and ready for the last races of the week, as we are going to see the juniors, minis and seniors battle it out for the penultimate time to crown the finalists and, of course, those all-important series winners. The Al Fassan International Karting Circuit, year of opening 2010, event record set earlier today in time qualifying by Dan Alaman. His first appearance in the series, and he put in a 54.180, and he will be your pole sitter for the seniors later on. It's 165 down the start-finish straight, 80 metres down the back straight in towards turn number 10. It's 1,200 metres in total track length, 8 metres wide, but an elevation change of 5 as it undulates up and down through turns 3 and 4, and as well down between turns 7 and 8. It does span 17 turns in total, 11 to the right and 6 to the left. 3 hairpins out there, and each and every one of those turns provides ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 1, 3 and 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, and that final chicane of turns 16 and 17. It's incredibly close through there. Top speed seems to be topping out right about 110 kph in towards turn number 10, and they'll carry that speed around the fast banking of turn number 9. They'll average around 98 across the lap. It is a demanding circuit for the drivers, constantly fighting the kart, very physical on a driver's upper body here as they go racing for the penultimate time this week. Myself, Anthony Jordan, will be joined by Nicole Sutherland very, very soon. She will be down there on the grid chatting to a multitude of the drivers ahead of their finals. The first finals of the week, of course, this being a Tuesday. They've got a brand new day of racing tomorrow on Wednesday before the champions get their chance to go and enjoy some quality racing off at Yas Marina this weekend for the Formula One finale as well. But here right now we are focused on the Champions of the Future Academy Programme, and right now the first of those finals. It's moments away from heading out onto the circuit, which will see a multitude of drivers battle away for those top spots and their chance to be on that podium. And in the junior category, it is all down to Leonidas Peruzzi, who will be starting this one on that P1 spot after a very strong performance once again since his best performance earlier on this season back in Valencia, Spain. He finds himself on pole position for the final here this day on Tuesday. What can he do from there? But he's not alone on that front row. You can see the field making their way out onto the circuit. The man who starts alongside him, Ansel Nocom, is a final winner in the Academy Programme UAE here at the Al Fassan circuit. But it is the juniors for OKN. They are the first to head out. We are ready. Are you? It's OKN Junior. For the junior category, this is their last chance to really score some title points to add to their tallies. But let's take a closer look at the class itself. OKN Junior drivers aged between 12 and 14 years old. 25 drivers are entering into this weekend, 14 different nationalities being represented in that junior class as well. The karts that they're using, the Kart Republic KR2 chassis, the same as what the seniors would use, and the same with the engine. The Army Reedster 125cc, but it outputs 27 brake horsepower, slightly restricted to what the seniors have. But you take out that restrictor and boom, you've got a senior engine. The minimum weight though, 140 kg, it's 10 less than the senior category itself as well, meaning any gram underneath that there will be in a spot of bother. Tyres, the Vega XH4 tyres being used for the season. It's the one dry set throughout the entirety of the day, meaning these tyres have done the qualifying practice sessions and the heat. And then, of course, this full final for them as well, which will be a 15-lap final for the juniors, as they are now suited and booted, ready on that grid. Like we were mentioning earlier on, Leonidas Peruzzi will be the man starting it on the pole position spot. He will be joined with Axel Nocom on the front row of that grid. They've got their work cut out for them here because, of course, that row behind it, very, very talented. Angelina Simmons and Veer Chopra as well have been looking very quick so far today over the course of this week, and looking forward to seeing what they can do in this final. But like we mentioned earlier on, Peruzzi, his first real chance at a final win here since back in Valencia. But let's head down to the grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, like you just introduced to us, the three last races of the day, and we're heading into this one, of course, with our juniors, and a special guest joins us at the front of the grid before we head into this one. Alp Aksoy, a driver who's previously very well known in the karting scene, but now has jumped over to the world of single-seaters. Alp, great to have you here. We know that you have an incredibly busy schedule with the junior formula. You, for karting, this is where you first started. You know, tell us about your journey through karting and how much, you know, if you do, how much do you miss it?
Yeah, for sure, it's really good. I really miss it. And now I had a race in Dubai a week ago, and it was really good. We won. And now we have a race in Abu Dhabi this week in Yazid. And yeah, we're full focus on this and really confident going into there. And good luck to all of the drivers.
And from the racing that you've watched so far from our three groups, you know, what have you seen? What have you thought of the standard?
I think top two has a good chance. And yeah, let's see. I think it's going to be a really good race and also fun to watch.
Well, Alp, thank you very much for joining us and good luck in your race coming up very shortly. We'll head back then to our group of drivers. Championship battle is coming into play as we head further and further through this week of racing. The two names that are involved in that are none other, of course, than Manny Nuvellini and Connor Clancy. But on our front row going into this final, we have Leonidas Peruzzi and Axel Nocom. Peruzzi put it on pole earlier on this morning in time qualifying, and now we're going to find out how he's feeling going into this final. Leonidas, great day from you today. You know, pole position earlier on this morning, good heats, consistent heats as well. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would.
Well, you know, and going into this one, you know, it's not easy with this number of drivers behind you. Is there anybody in particular that you really think that you need to fend off?
No, I got my mind straight this time. I'm not going to worry about anyone.
And, you know, maybe not to think too negatively, but last week in Alphasan it didn't quite play out for you despite having that pole position on day one. You know, there were some battles, there were some hurdles for you. Going into this one, clean slate. What's the confidence level like?
Hi.
Well, Leonidas, good luck for this one. Great to speak to you. We're going to head over then to the other part of our front row with Axel Nocom, a driver that has not started a final this far up this year. It's last couple of races for this season, and what a time to put in this kind of result. Axel, if you join me over here. Your first heat win this year earlier on today. Confidence going into this one after a result like that. Feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling great heading into this final, especially I'm starting here in the front row. So right now I'm just enjoying every moment here, and I'll try to win it for the Philippines.
And Axel, we're limited on what we can change on the karts. You know, you can't do too much to the setup. For you, have you adjusted anything at all kart-wise, or, you know, your mindset, driving aspect as well between the last heat and going towards this final?
Not really much, but I just changed my mentality on trying to win, and I'll just do my best.
Well, we'll see where that brings you. Axel, thank you very much. Another story that we've spoken about so far today during the racing is the story of Angelina Simmons, who last week out in our lane didn't quite have the result she would have wanted. Took an on-track win, her first on-track win for the season, but it was taken away after a post-race penalty. Angelina, there just behind me, who's currently being told by coach and driver and mechanic, stay calm, keep your head into it. I'm going to try and catch up with Angelina. After last week, you know that you've got the pace because of that on-track result. Have you got the fire after it as well? Are you feeling like you really deserve this one?
Yeah, we're just going to try to do our best and let's see how it goes.
Well, we'll see how it goes indeed. Angelina, good luck to you. That's it then from the grid for our first final of today's racing. Anthony Jordan in the commentary box. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid, indeed, ready for this fight, which we'll see all of them fight to the very end. And let's have a look at that full starting grid. Linus Peruzzi and Axel Nocom on that front row of the grid. Can they maintain their composure in this one? Angelina Simmons and Veer Chopra joining on that second row of the grid. Connor Clancy is in a title fight this week. Can he deliver from the third row of the grid alongside Mitans Jain? Manu Nuvolini is part of that title fight. He starts directly behind him on the fourth row of the grid. Lavaran Qureshi, who had a double podium last time out at the Elaine Raceway. He goes from row number 4. Savale Kage and Aaron Mason go from row number 5. They will see the likes of Ji Huafei, who also came away with some good podiums in Elaine last time out. So we'll be starting alongside Jan Michalescu. Victoria Farfus and Kayaseta go from row at number 7. They've got some work cut out from there, but keep a close eye on them. Savare Dukowski, who had a little bit of spill in one of those qualifying heats, starts it on the 8th row of the grid alongside Julia Anglard. Didier Kreeft and Albert Tam go from row number 9. They will see the likes of Elton Hedfors and Emma Dowling on row number 10. They will lock out the top 20. Row 11 will see Salomon Paragua and Teo Polican locking out the top 22. And again, a lot of work to be done from here. Julia Monler and Alejandro Campos go from row number 12, with the final row of the grid being row 13. All on his own. Neil Nakmush in 25th place has got the work cut out from there. But again, let's see what happens in this race. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Nicole, we've seen already a very busy run in this race, but that man there, Linus Peruzzi, you spoke to him and he is focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is looking forward. He will be looking forward. Others will be looking at the points because they are incredibly close. Connor Clancy and Manu Nuvolini, as you can see, separated by just 40 points in total. They've still got 51 points they could potentially grab in this one. And, of course, a full day of racing tomorrow. That title fight is still alive. Angelina Simmons, though, just sits outside that now with 325, but still sitting third in the points and still relatively close to Didier Kreeft, who could certainly do something about closing into that top 3 in the title fight. Victoria Farfus as well, sitting there P5 ahead of Ji Huafei. Leonidas Peruzzi on pole position for this one, but as you see, 243 points, has a chance to jump up a fair few places, but I don't think a top 3 is on the orders right now. Nathan Kappin, Kasper Reipold and Noe Stasionis round out the rest of the top 10. Still very close on those points, but of course Reipold has stepped up into the seniors now, so can't score any more points in there, but he's still inside that top 10, which shows how successful his first half of this season is. Axel Nocom there on your screen on the front row of the grid. He has won a final here at this very circuit before in the Academy Programme UAE. Can he do it again, but in the main international series?
Well, big question marks around that one then, Anthony. Could it be Leonidas? Could it be Axel? Or is it going to be any one of the other drivers further back in the field? These are the results on your screen for our previous race winners. Like you said, Anthony, Kasper Reipold being one of those, Albert Tam, Leonidas Peruzzi, but it's Connor Clancy that has taken 3 final wins to his name, as well as 6 podiums over the course of this season. His biggest rival within this championship is none other than Manu Nuvolini, who despite podiums, despite some consistency throughout this year, has not taken a final win. Let's watch this one play out. Last year for Mercedes, it was James Anagnostiadis. This year, is it going to be his Mercedes Junior Programme teammates of Manu Nuvolini? Or is it going to be Connor Clancy? This race will play out. So we will have to wait, of course, until tomorrow to play out as well. But things are going to start to really, really heat up. OKN Junior group then out on the track, every single one on the field, fired up, getting those tyres up to temperature to go racing for what will be their final time today.
Indeed, for these drivers here, Leonidas Peruzzi only took that first win, and his first 2 podiums in Valencia. Has not stood back on those podiums since then. Then, of course, for Axel Nocom, he may have won a final in the UAE series, but he has not been on the podium in the main international series so far this year. Can he do that for the first time in this final? The same for Angelina Simmons. 1 podium for her. She scored a P3 back in Jesolo in Italy, and she did miss out on a win back in a lane. An unfortunate post-race penalty in that final took that P1 away from her. Can she claim 1 here in Alphasan? We will find out very, very soon as the drivers nearing the end of their formation laps.
Well, just on the camera a moment ago was the team of Iron Dames members that push Angelina forward through her career, watching down on this one, and I'm sure they're just as intrigued to see how it will play out as we are, as are the team of Kart Republic, who of course are out there race after race, making sure that the chassis that are provided to these drivers are in tip-top shape, which they have been for everybody. Equal playing field, and out the final corner they will go.
Not only that, Miami as well with those engines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. It's lights out and fights on towards turn number 1, and again it's a solid start for that inside row, but keep an eye on Axel Nocom, who's trying to go the long way round the outside, and can he get that nose to the inside at turn number 3? I don't think he can, no. He has stayed there in second place. But it is still Leonidas Peruzzi who leads the way. Ooh. But watch them in towards turn number 7, because down the inside, it's going to be Axel Nocom for the race lead. Has he been able to hold on to that one again? But he has. And it's Axel Nocom who's taken the lead of this race. Peruzzi down to second place. It's still Vic Chopra there into third, but the rest of the field have gone through, and there you can see already Angelina Simmons holding on to 4th place. As they exit out of turn 9 and 10 in towards that final 3rd sector, Simmons is all over the rear bumper of Veer Chopper just up ahead, but has not managed to get a move down the inside, and is immediately given an opportunistic gap to the 2 up in front of Axel Nocom and Leonidas Peruzzi as they exit the final corner to finish lap number 1 here in Alphasan.
Well then, your 1, 2, 3 is Axel Nocom from Peruzzi, from Veer Chopra. Changes going on in the background. Mitansh Jain going for some moves as Connor Clancy, the driver fighting out for this championship, gets pushed further down into the pack. Watch out for Manny Nuvolini, has lost positions, but him and Connor are only split up by 1 kart in between them. Retirements going out. That's the number 70 that will go no further. Theo Polagand has retired and will not complete today's racing action. See how many eyes are on the entire field out there on the track that is led by Axel Nocom. Still kisses the curb through sector number 2, holds that brake, really gets the run out of these corners, but isn't breaking away massively from Peruzzi and Veer Chopra. Is down the inside goes Chopra. Chopra switches positions with Peruzzi. It's a P2.
That's nicely done for Veer Chopra. Immediately communicates there with Leonidas Peruzzi to say, let's try and close that half a second gap that Nocom has got, and that is a doable gap right now, especially for Veer Chopra. We have seen that gap be closed up by him in previous qualifying heats earlier on, and just right on cue, fastest lap of the race for the Emirati, has put in a 56.444 and is already starting to reel in Axel Nocom at the front. In doing so, that should bring in the rest of the field here. Angelina Simmons and Connor Clancy battling away. That is Mitansh Jain, kind of all on his own for the moment. Manny Nuvolini and Alan Kadeshi sit just behind in 7th and 8th. No change between them. Savlek Agay has just got past Aaron Mason and has put them back into their original qualifying spots of P9 and 10 so far. We are on lap 3. Big move down the inside. That is Connor Clancy on the charge now and is up into 4th place.
Clancy now trying to find a rhythm. You could just see the body language, him ducking his head under that under that steering wheel down the start-finish straight to just try and find that bit extra as they go up the hill through turn number 1, 2 and 3. Now, Nocom has given himself just half a second out there in the front from Veer Chopra and Peruzzi, as Peruzzi's really trying to find a way past now for that P2, all over the back of the driver in second place. The 25 in 16, Chopra and Peruzzi, nothing in it. Down towards the third sector, they will go down the hill section, trying to hold on to these karts, pushing with that outside arm. I know that Nocom was one of the drivers, notably, who's had to try and improve on that through the weekend, which he has absolutely done. These two then, Chopra and Peruzzi, still no change, but pace-wise, they are inviting Clancy and Angelina Simmons closer and closer, because Clancy on that previous lap was the fastest, but now Mitansh Jain is getting involved as well with purple times.
It certainly is, and keeping a close eye on all that trending group behind. They are starting to really get involved here. Now, Canacera under investigation now at this point of the race for potentially causing a collision. We will keep our ears peeled to the ground for information on that one. But big check over the shoulder from Peruzzi, I think, has just seen an unwelcome sight, which is a rear view mirror full of Connor Clancy, Angelina Simmons and Mitansh Jain, as yes, Peruzzi diving to the inside, thought, I want no part of that chasing group behind closing in. Goes to that move, immediately defends, and is backing Veer Chopra up into that fight to allow him to break away and to try and close in on Axel Nocom, who's now got a lead of a staggering 9/10 of a second.
Well, it was a duo battling it out for P2 between Peruzzi and Chopra, but now they have invited in Clancy, Simmons, Jain. Nuvolini is getting closer and closer as well. Qureshi could shortly be inside of this fight. Side by side, these drivers are attempting to go. Nothing in it between these drivers fighting out for this podium spot, as Peruzzi absolutely backing the field up into each other, really trying to make the likes of Chopra, Clancy and Simmons trip over each other to try and give himself some legroom to bolt off. Once more, heads into sector number 3, controlling this one, backing them up. Jain has now arrived into this one. Anthony, this is going to become an absolute squabble.
It is indeed, and one driver who'll be loving every moment of this fight is Axel Nocom, who continues now to break away at that front. That gap now counts at 1.9 seconds between himself and this chasing pack. He's won a final here before in the UAE Academy programme. But now in the International Series, he's looking to claim his first podium, and it will be, at this moment, a final heat win. But let's see how it all transpires. There's a long way to go. Chopra back to the inside. Clancy through as well. Angelina Simmons squeezes through, and Peruzzi, as despite his best efforts, will just get that nose back down the inside. But Angelina Simmons is wise to it and goes to the up and under through turn 9 and makes sure she secures that P4 and has done it. Peruzzi down to P5. Mitansh Jain now is the next driver with Mani Nuvolini, Aran Qureshi and Sabale Kage. They're all starting to close in, but here you're seeing Veer Chopra battling away. Connor Clancy in this title fight is looking to get into second place. As unfortunately out of this race is the number 18 machine. That's very unfortunate there for Emma Dowling. She will go no further in this race, but it's all still kicking off at the front with Simmons now up into P3.
Brilliant move there by Simmons on top of the hill, just slotted in very calmly past Connor Clancy. These drivers really just taking so much exit curb to get that jump down the inside. Angelina Simmons was a P3, now it's a P2. Past Veer Chopra, as clean as you like, now leads his train with Clarkson. Chopra, Clancy, Peruzzi, Jain, Qureshi. Such strong stuff by Angelina Simmons. I ask questions, could she take a win here today in the final? Maybe not with that 4 seconds that Nocom has got, but a podium is looking incredibly likely.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is brilliant stuff for two drivers who are yet to stand on the podium in the full International Series here. Down in towards turn at number 1, and you're still seeing this fight rage on, but look at the gap. 4 seconds between Axel Nocom and Angelina Simmons, and Nocom as well at the front is clear. 55.384 is the fastest lap of this race, but as they head down you can see how big that gap is for the rest of the field. There is Nocom at the front of this train. hasn't got a worry in the world. This is a stark difference to what we have seen from him over the course of this season. If you look back at Axel Nocom's season, I mean, only scored 12 points, as there's a yellow flag out there which indicates what someone's had a moment, and I think it might be Aaron Mason, because he is tumbling down on my screen. The pilot of the number 57 machine is going no further apparently out there on circuit. But yes, looking at Axel Nocom, I mean, it was a very tough start to his season. There is Aaron Mason's kart. Only scored 12 points out in Portimao. Then went on, scored some good points out in Valencia. But on the first day, the second day, scored nil points. Then had a very average day in Jezero. Didn't see him out in Slovakia. Saw him in a lane. Really good run on this one. And now in his final run in the racing, he's looking at a podium for the first time in the International Series, and it's going incredibly well. In the meantime, it's still kicking off here. Mitans Jane is now up into fourth place.
Yeah, calm move by Jane to get past Peruzzi, but Peruzzi tries to change his mind, tries to use that banked corner to weave his way past once more, but it doesn't happen. Peruzzi now leading Clancy, who's just not quite in that rhythm for this final. This group then still being led by the Discover Your Drive Iron Dames back driver of Angelina Simmons. Down the start-finish straight, she will go once more to lead this battle, but has got a bit of a buffer to herself and Veer Chopra down the hill. These drivers really being cheeky with those track limits, opening up all of these corners to get the run, to get the rev, use all of the grip that exists out there, changing for positions now. In the background, it looks like Clancy and Peruzzi, and it was. Clancy finds his way past once more, as now change for P2. It looks like Veer Chopra has found his way past again.
Yeah, indeed, and these swaps are happening thick and fast, because Mitans Jane is also trying to get involved, but that's a slight run wide there for Veer Chopra, and that's just going to keep everyone in close proximity here. Angelina Simmons once again is trying to find her way through, but this time cannot do so, as she's having to go defensive now from Mitans Jane just behind, which in turn is bringing title leader of Connor Clancy in. Mitans Jane to the inside of Simmons at turn one. That's a close attempt, but it wasn't close enough, and is now under pressure from Clancy for P4.
I'm sure Axel Nocom, who's now just gone fastest in his own air, is probably laughing under his helmet. He's really got his shopping. He's really checked out. 5.2 seconds clear from Chopra, Simmons, Jane and Clancy, who are still absolutely undecided for this P2. Further back in the background, we believe he finds himself in a fight with Tam. Kreeft is in there, Ji Haohui, Victoria Farfus as well, all trying to break inside of the top 10. Peruzzi down the inside, gets past Qureshi once more, gets into P6. Out of the third sector they will go. There is your race leader of Axel Nocom, completely unbothered. Pretty much the entire length of the straight clear from Chopra and Simmons.
We were speaking, of course, about Nocom, Axel Nocom and Angelina Simmons, who have not stood on a top step of a podium. Of course, Simmons has taken a third over the course of this season. Another driver who hasn't, is currently sitting there in second place. Veer Chopra has not been on a podium yet this season in the International Series. And right now he's looking at his first, and it's looking like a P2 right now, but still a long way to go. But you can see already he's opened up that gap. You can see the big battles that are happening thick and fast throughout the field. There have been some big movers. Albert Tam on an 8th place gain, Didier Kreeft on a 6th place gain. They are pushing their way through the field as well. Julian Moller on a 5th place gain as well. Alejandro Campos and Neil McMoosh also on a 4 places gained, as Clancy is going to look down the inside at turn 16. Angelina Simmons is wise to it and slams that door closed on the exit at turn 17. And now once again Mitans Jane is back in the fight to try and get that move to the inside, and so is Leonidas Peruzzi. And as quickly as you thought this fight for the top 3 was over, the last spot on the podium is up for grabs here, as Angelina Simmons is going to have to try and defend this one for the remainder of this only 2 laps to go in this fight. It's still Axel Nocom at the front, clear and dry by a staggering 5.4 seconds. Veer Chopra is clear now in second place, but Angelina Simmons is going to defend this third place like her life depended on it.
Angelina Simmons then slammed that door closed to Clancy. She was having none of it. She brings in Peruzzi closer into this fight, continues to try and hug that white line closer and closer to not allow Clancy pass. You can see by the way that Clancy is driving, he's hungry for it. He wants to try and get more points on the board. He's thinking about Mani Nuvolini. There's Axel Nocom heading over the hill. Race leader, 5.5 seconds clear on this final lap. What a result. If he can get to that checkered flag by Axel Nocom, that is a fantastic win for Axel.
It certainly will be. Not at a podium so far yet this season, but is looking at his first, and it's going to be a win. Still, the fight raised on behind, but Angelina Simmons has broken away now from the two behind us. Peruzzi and Clancy are fighting away, but this is all for fourth place now. The rest of them are trying to get involved. Baran Kaneshi is still there. He may have only been a junior for one round so far, but he's already had 2 podiums to his name so far this season. Can he continue that trend maybe in this one? But I don't think it's going to happen today, but maybe it could happen tomorrow. But out of the final chicane, Axel Nocom, for the first time in the International Series, takes a final win here in Alpha San. Axel Nocom wins the final on Tuesday. Veer Chopra also comes away with his first final podium of the season in the International Series, and Angelina Simmons will join her best result so far of the season in a final. She claims her third place of the 2025 campaign. But it's Axel Nocom. He won here in the Academy Program UAE Series, but now in the main International Series against the main championship contenders, he has outdone them all. And Axel Nocom from the front row of the grid has claimed his first title fight win of the 2025 season here in Alpha San. Didier Krief, though, comes away with the biggest mover of that race. A gain of 7 places takes him from 17th to 10th in that race. But for the rest of the field, an absolutely deserved drive there. For Veer Chopra, it's a P2. For Angelina Simmons, it's a third. Peruzzi from pole position just misses out on that podium fight. But Connor Clancy in his title fight still finishes ahead of Mani Nuvolini as they go into tomorrow with 505 and 435. Mathematically, it is still possible, but it's at an absolute whisker now between the two of them. There is your full results on your screen, and still a very deserved drive there for the rest of the field. Still, drivers pushing up big moves there, like we were mentioning for Didier Krief. Those 7 places going to finish inside that top 10, just behind Mani Nuvolini. Ji Hao Fei taking 11th place ahead of Victoria Farfus. Albert Tam from Xavier Dukowski. Kai Sera from Julia Anglard, and Elton Hedfors finishing in the top 17 ahead of Julia Monlair. Karakera, unfortunately, has just picked up that 5-second time penalty. And that has dropped the pilot, the number 20 machine, down to 18th place. Jan Mikulescu finishing in 19th out of Alejandro Campos. Nilnek Mush running out the top 21st place. And Solon Paragba rounding out the 22 finishers in that race. But for Axel Nocom, celebrations are all around. There is your title fight. 70 points now between the top 2. And, of course, remember, 75 points is up for grabs. Angelina Simmons and Didier Krief. Leonidas Peruzzi rounds out the top 5. Victoria Farfus, Ji Hao Fei, Nathan Kapp. And Axel Nocom now steps up to 9th. Casper Reipol down to 10th in that junior campaign. Well, plenty of action in that race. And let's have a look at some of those highlights. And you can see from the start here, it was a very consistent start for the front row. Nocom, though, was immediately attacking right round the outside. Had to slot into second place, though, downing towards turns 3 and 4, but it was out of the chicane where it really went the way for the driver from the Philippines. He was able to look to the inside at turn number 7 and was able to squeeze his way through. The rest of the field there seemingly had to watch on. Axel Nocom then from this point drove off on the rest of the field. You could see Veer Chopra starting to push his way up, got up into 3rd, then up into 2nd place. That moved down the inside of Leonidas Peruzzi. then brought in the rest of the field, because then after this overtake, it brought in the likes of Angelina Simmons and Connor Clancy, who was later able to go for their moves down the inside. Peruzzi lost out on 1 or 2 there, nearly lost out on a third. Going wheel to wheel here with Angelina Simmons, who did a brilliant manoeuvre here, round the outside, sweeps it to the inside, just quips it through into turn 10, and then got that position done and dusted. That brought Mitans Jane into play. Unfortunately there you saw Emma Dowling out of the race, also joined Aaron Mason as a retirement, and Tia Polakan, who retired in the very early phase of that final. There was the later retirement for Aaron Mason. Not sure what had happened to him, but unfortunately just dropped him backwards in that order. There you can see Vidchop going through. Not going to lie, that front nose cone there looked a little bit wobbly there. May have just been the hit of the curb, but we'll have to, of course, wait and see what happens with the official results out later on this afternoon. There was that first attempt from Connor Clancy on Angelina Simmons to try and get that move down the inside. Mitans Jane later trying to get it done as well. But for Axel Nocom here, for the Philippines, the first time in the International Series for the Champions of the Future Academy program, he has done it. What a drive that was for the juniors. With 2 more finals left to go, we will have the minis and the seniors ready. But let's first head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
What a race for Axel Nocom. Axel, congratulations. What a race lead, what a race win. Tell us, you must be absolutely ecstatic.
Right now I'm over the moon since I just won the race just for the Philippines. And now that I stand on top of the podium, I'm super happy.
And you're standing on the top of the podium then this season for the first time in this championship. That's absolutely incredible. But you've got another opportunity tomorrow. Do you think that you can replicate that again?
Tomorrow I'll just do the same thing and just refocus for tomorrow, and hopefully I can win it again.
Axel, thank you very much. We'll see you later on the podium. That's Axel Nocom, your first final winner of the day. Next up, of course, will be our minis.
We look forward to seeing what they are going to be doing in this one, because, of course, that one will all start with the Italian Niccolò Perico and the title leader starting it on pole position. But he will not be alone. He's got his title rival starting alongside him in the form of Wyn Godschalk, who they may have not had the best qualifying as they started 11th and 9th earlier on, but they have squared it away in those qualifying heats and have put it back to the front row start here. And once again, as we look to the racing, the camera crew in between the racing are looking to the water skiing out there. Plenty of things to do here at the Alpha San Resort. I've not given the water skiing a good go, but I have given other things a good go here over the course of the week we have been here. For everyone else, though, this is still going to be a very, very busy one. Plenty of action is ahead of us here for the Champions of the Future Academy program. It's Mini 60. It's the final. 13 laps, 15.5-kilometer race distance is ahead of the field of 31 drivers as they get ready to go to battle here. There are your front 2 rows. They are primed and ready for Niccolò Perico and Wyn Godschalk. But it is Mini 60. It is the full capacity race. They are ready to go. It's Mini 60 coming up next. Mini 60. They may be the youngest drivers in the paddock, but they're certainly the mightiest. 8 to 12 years age gap. They will be 34 drivers in total, 25 of which part of the under-10 category. 18 different nationalities being represented over the course of this event, and of course they come from far and wide from all over the world. We've got them from the USA, from Belgium, Spain, Portugal, South Africa, Germany, Hong Kong, Czechia, Switzerland, El Salvador. We've got them from the Dominican Republic, Poland, India, and naming many more, including, of course, and not forgetting the UAE. But the karts themselves are Parallel Opportunity chassis. It's powered by the TM Mini 3 engine, the 60cc, outputting 12 brake horsepower. Still revs up to a 14,000 RPM. Minimum weight 110 kg. That is kart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, and it's an instant disqualification from the final. So it is in their best interest to make sure they are above that. The tyres that they will use across the course of the week, of course, the Vega M1 tyres. It is still the one dry set that they have for the entirety of the day. That includes qualifying heats and, of course, this final. They'll get a brand new set for tomorrow's racing as well. But like we say, this is that last race of the day before a brand new day tomorrow, brand new qualifying with a brand new pole sitter, potentially. And then, of course, going into those qualifying heats and another final for the drivers. They are ready to go racing. And I've got to say, the under-10 class have done a brilliant job so far this week with the racing. Win Godschalk is the highest ranked under-10 in this race. Francesco Lisnoli is the second. Ilias Sami is the third. Zane Burgess is there as well. He's the fourth fastest in this race. And then you have to go down to David Chioff as well, who had a great run in time qualifying, but is now just a little bit further down in that order. Let's head down to the grid, though. Close in amongst the drivers, Nicole Sutherland is ready for us.
Absolutely then, Anthony. Down here on the front row alongside Win and Nico. This week, these drivers have been pretty much glued together throughout the entire thing. You know, they both qualified actually further down than we would have expected them, but have both pushed through the field together. We're going to catch up with Win first of all to see how he's feeling going into this final, because of course between these two drivers a championship battle is also unfolding. Win, this week quali maybe didn't go quite to plan. It was a little bit further down for you, but throughout the heats you and Nico have pushed through the field, and how have you pulled that one off?
Yeah, the quali was today not that good, and the heats was better, and let's see the final.
And championship then for you, Win, are you thinking about it at all, or are you pretty much just thinking about the race that you're about to go into?
Thinking about the championships.
Well, Win, we'll see how this one unfolds. Good luck to you as always. That is Win Godschalk, of course, like we mentioned time and time again, fighting out for that championship against Nico Perico, who we have caught up with a couple of times so far, so we'll let him get on and concentrate. Shortly behind, we've got Francesco Lisnioli, who has competed last week out in our lane with us. We'll catch up with Francesco about how he's feeling with this one. Last week then, Francesco, you know, good results going into the final. You were at the sharp end of the field. Going into the first couple of corners, really busy for you, Minis. You know, there's a lot of you. You get really close, but how do you manage it?
Just, you got to go in with all. Just, you got to be committed.
And from what you've seen in front of you between Win and Nico, you know, you're not in that championship fight. So does that actually give you a boost of confidence?
Yeah. I mean, like, I could just push everyone off and I don't care.
Well, Francesco, thank you very much, and we'll maybe catch up with you later on. Shortly behind Francesco Lisnioli is Zane Burgess there. Zane, the Andretti-backed junior driver, a driver who has had consistent results throughout this championship and really likes to show how to make some overtakes. The driver from the States really doing a good job this championship season. Shortly behind me, then, I can see out the corner of my eye Paul Aaron, a driver who's had great success in previous years in karting, a driver that took big championship titles, and a driver that many of these minis will probably aspire to be, because he's now an Alpine F1 reserve. Paul, we'll just interrupt him chatting away to race director Martin Bean. Paul, thanks very much. I could see you from the balcony earlier on, and I was thinking we've got to corner for you for an interview. These drivers on this grid one day will try and be in your position, you know, breaking into the world of F1. And for you, what did you really take through the formulas and through your careers that you learnt in karting?
Well, honestly, I hope they don't want to be in my position, because I'm the reserve driver. I hope they want to be the real drivers, but Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a journey to Formula One, and it's a long journey, and there's a lot that can happen. There's a lot outside of your control. So, honestly, in this sport, the best advice I can give is that you just focus on what you can control, and the important thing is you enjoy it, because there's so much that happens around you. There's so many things that can go wrong, so many decisions that are outside of your control. If you don't enjoy the sport for itself and you just enjoy it because you're good at it, it will be a tough career. So it's important to enjoy what you do. It's important to enjoy the racing, and as long as you do that, most of the time you'll do a good job. And then you just need to hope that the rest falls in place, because you can't control everything in life, and the earlier you accept that, the easier your career will be. So.
Paul, thank you very much. We're both going to clear the grid now because our Mini 60s are going for their final.
Thank you.
Well, Paul, if you ever get bored being a reserve driver, there's always a spot for you here in Mini 60. Right, here we go then. Here's your grid. Nicolo Perico and Wyn Gottschalk on the front row of the grid. Title fight at stake between these two. With just a handful of points. Then it's Achilles Peruzzi and Francesco Lisgnoli. They will go from row number 2. They'll be joining Ilias Sami and Zane Burgess on the third row of the grid. Liam Nachiwati and Ava Lawrence go from row number 4. They will see Sofia Radenko, the pole sitter earlier on, dropping to the 5th row of the grid alongside David Shiov. Giovanni Desani Jr. and Atika Mir go from row number 6. They will see Baptiste Augustin and Jan Garzielek on row number 7. Josh Bergman and Lorenzo Zacchetto will go from row number 8. Mila Cornil and Samar Chopra go from row 9. They'll see the likes of Abaqueva and Emily Pantoli on row number 10. They'll see Teo Palfrain and Alonso Gonzalez on row number 11. Row 12 sees Luashi Metabula and Manuel Kalendi. There will see also the likes of Eden Kasarovic and Adam Hoffman on row number 13. Maximilian Schilling and Ronald Ventner go from row 14 with Jan Vavra and Joy Alaman on the 15th row of the grid. Timur Yarapov, we didn't see him out in that last qualifying heat, hopefully out in this one, but something tells me from my timing screen here, with him not clocking up on track, is also not out there. Nicole Sutherland joins me back here on the commentary box, or in the commentary box, I should say, not on it. We're not on the roof. Looking forward to this one here, Nicole. The minutes have been pretty feisty, and I can imagine they'll be a little bit more feisty in this final.
Yeah, I got asked earlier on, what my highlight has been this year, and for me it's watching the Mini 60s. This is your Drivers' Championship standings so far. Perico leading the way with 526 points. Gottschalk shortly behind on 474, and then Burgess rounds out your top 3 with 407. So there really is nothing in it between Perico and Gottschalk. Close battle. This is going to be fiery right until the end. And of course, Gottschalk will be leading that Mini Under 10s championship as well. He has taken the position that Nico took in 2024 with the lead of that one. Martin Bean then on the gantry, as always, looking down on all of these Mini 60s. He's our race director for this championship, and he will be making sure that every single one of them out there are behaving, and that those overtakes, they're clean, they're smooth, and of course those track limits are being followed, because this is a circuit where these drivers really do try and push the boundaries.
Yeah, they certainly do. There is a look at your previous race winners from this one. Nicolo Perico has certainly done a good job of it in the past. Portimao was very good to him. Later, Vincente Capella and Wyn Gottschalk took Valencia. Zane Burgess and back to Perico, back in Italy in Jesolo. That was for race 5 and 6. Slovakia was an all-American run with Wyn Gottschalk and Zane Burgess back at the top spots. And then, of course, we then went to Elaine not only a week ago, which saw Nicolo Perico dominate that, which has put him into this title lead. But again, it's not over just yet, because we've got these 2 finals to go. And, of course, tomorrow's qualifying heat championship points to add to the tally. The gap has opened up quite considerably, but it is still not possible for Perico to lose that lead if Gottschalk can really step it up a notch in these races. It is Perico and Wyn Gottschalk on the front row of that grid. That title fight is dangling right in front of them. But who will claim it at the end of this week of racing? Something tells me we're not going to be going, because it's a bit of an eager start there from the front row, and the second row's there not ready at all. And it is a false start. The grid goes round for one more go.
Well, I think these Minis, Anthony, know that we're excited for this one, just making us wait that little bit longer before we can go racing. Rico, you know, this year has really set the tone for our minis, but it's not been gifted to him. Him and Godschalk really have been glued together, and glued together as well today. You know, both of those heats, they were 1 and 2, despite qualifying, you know, mid-pack for that one. And as they were weaving their way through the pack, they were doing it together. You'd almost think they'd work against each other, but actually, no, they were sort of, you know, working with one another to push their way through. Which was really interesting to see.
Well, you do see that quite often in Mini 60. It is like Mini NASCAR a little bit, depending on the circuit, of course, that they go to. They like to bunch together in a pack. They like to try and break away from the rest of the can. But it also falls to that age-old saying, you know, two's company, three's a crowd. The more carts that you have, the more likely that you're going to have those little mistakes, those little worries. If you can get two of you that have got good, quick pace, you can break away quite considerably from the rest of the field. You can open up a 10-second gap. And then the last 2 laps, you can go for it. And then by the time you realise it, that 10 seconds disappears to nothing. And then you've got a 10-15 kart battle, all for the race lead. It's lights out and fights on in Mini 60 here in the final. It's a lightning start for the inside line. Perico and Peruzzi will break away in 1-2. It's not the greatest getaway for Win Godschalk there. He's immediately slotted into 3rd place. Rest of the field then climbs up now through turn 3 and 4. But already you're seeing that nice breakaway for the rest of the field. Who else had a good start? Elias Sami has. Francesco Lisnoli also set a relatively decent start. But the rest of the field now slots down in towards turn number 8 for the first time. Down into the hairpin. No major lunges there for the front of the pack, but the back of the pack all tangling up with each other.
Well, some of the drivers deciding to go side by side, but no major moments for anybody in the background. Everybody relatively settled as we head through this first lap, and settled and comfortable in the race lead for the time being is Perico, of course, knows how to lead a race. This is a nice little fight shortly behind. Liam Natuati on one of his first appearances in this championship in a strong performance so far this week, is up there in the sharp end of the field and is trying to fend off those drivers behind. So your 1, 2 and 3 is Perico from Peruzzi, from Challenger for the championship, Godschalk, Elias Sami P4, Visnioli P5, and Liam Natuati is the driver in P6 that you can see just trying to hold off the rest of the pack, which includes Zane Burgess, who has dropped down the order early on. And talking of a driver that will be trying to fight hard up the order is Ava Lawrence. Ava just got overtaken by Burgess. They have swapped for that P7, but keep an eye out for Lawrence.
Certainly so. Up the hill now they go, and in towards turn number 9. Very fast through here, completely flat out. They reach the top end of these karts into that braking zone of turn number 10, which in its turn is also very banked. This is an interesting scene that we've got here now. Perico, Peruzzi, Godschalk and Sami. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Remember what I was saying about 2 companies, 3's a crowd? Well, 4, don't even talk to me right here now, because it is all kicking off, but still yet to see the true pace of the drivers. And I've got to say, the pace is quicker behind, and this is going to help them out behind as well, because down the inside, Achilles Peruzzi takes the lead away from Nicolo Perico, steps into P1, and that's brought Godschalk and Sami directly into the fight.
Well, further down in the field, we've got a driver like Josh Bergman trying to make up
Perico
positions,
back.
or Perico wastes no time at all, takes back that race lead from Peruzzi, invites Godschalk and Sami closer and closer. Sami then a driver in this field who's got nothing to lose in the case of championship. He's not involved in this fight. He's just here trying to get a podium, and he's currently the fastest driver on the track. Has a slight bit of breathing room to himself and Godschalk, who just gets a little bit outsorted through the second sector, still led by Perico, Peruzzi, Godschalk, Sami still right there, but they have just invited Visnioli back into this. Visnioli said on the grid he doesn't care about what anybody else is doing. If the gap is there, he will go for it. Looks over his shoulder, does your leader of Perico, and actually signals to Peruzzi to say, keep going, push ahead, try and get ourselves as far away from everybody else as we can, and then we can battle out on the later laps, because we're only on lap 4.
Indeed, looking at our live timing in the commentary box here, usually the timing keeps a bit of a delta between drivers. If there's like a few tenths between them, it will continue to hold them as like a one big group, and our timing screen is saying from first all the way down to 22nd is one massive group of drivers. And yes, I'm inclined to believe it with that incredible train all the way down there in the background. Yes, there is a few gaps in between them, but they've just tried to square themselves away. Sami's dropped off to the back with Lisnoli now. They're fighting away. Lisnoli's gone through, and round goes Godschalk. Win Gottschalk, one of the title contenders, is out. And what's going on? At turn number 12 on this track, multiple karts have come together there. And Win Gottschalk in the title fight has fallen. And now Perico's title lead is a staggering over 100 points now with him out. And that will give Perico the title in 2025. If Perico can keep this kart at the front, the title will be his.
Well, the question, if he can keep it at the front, is being helped right now. Purple goes Perico, probably completely unaware of what has just happened to his rival of Win Gottschalk. Gottschalk within that one, I'd love to see the replay of that. I didn't quite see what happened. I feel like he was a bit of a victim in whatever went on, but within this race has fallen right down to the order. Is still going, is still circulating, but is right down there in P24. We're not even halfway, so Win has got plenty more time to try and salvage a result here. But for the time being, the spots win could be in the hands of Perico. Again, signals out there in the race leaders. Liz Mioli now gets put under investigation for what I expect is that incident with Win Gottschalk, but that's going to be devastating.
For Win Gottschalk now, he sits 103 points behind Nicolo Perico, with only 76 points up for grabs after this race. It's just not going to happen anymore. But like we mentioned, Perico still has to finish strong in this race to secure that title. But we'll confirm all of that tomorrow, of course, in that second final. But right now, for Perico, I mean, he doesn't know really, I think, what's unfolded behind him. He's looking forward right now. He'll be able to see that there's a gap there. But I don't think we'll fully know what has truly transpired. For Peruzzi, he's still fighting for a final win here. And it's not out of the cards just yet, because they are absolutely line astern. And you know what I was saying earlier on about two quick drivers who are able to bunch together and break away? Well, they've done that here. The gap's only 2.2 seconds between themselves and Zane Burgess there in third. But still, this is an incredible sight for these two. Well,
Perico out there in the front, probably looked over his shoulder. He's aware that Win is no longer around him on the circuit, but his car, of course, is not parked off anywhere because Win is still going round. So he's probably, completely unaware of what has just happened. He's not going to be told by a mechanic or a coach on the sidelines of what has just gotten on, because they're not going to want to put him off and get him overexcited, because then he might start to overdrive. For now, it's just the task at hand. It's just stay in this number one spot, just stay inside the top two. It could even be the case, when Peruzzi tries to go for it, which he will. We know that from Achilles and the way that he drives. Just to, allow it to happen. Don't start making silly mistakes. Don't risk a DNF within this one. As now, nice move down the inside. This is a change between Zane Burgess and Baptiste Augustin. Augustin looking really strong there in P3.
Yeah, Baptiste Augustin has taken a podium so far this season. He took a third place out in a lane earlier on last week. Is he looking for another one here in Alpha San in 2025? But they've still got a long way to go as well. Josh Bergman now is the fastest driver out there. He's behind Elias Sami. They are still in that tailing train behind, but crucially at the front here, still no change. One thing I'm going to show you on this one, Nicole, watch Perico and Peruzzi on the start-finish line on this lap. You can see how close they're being, but just watch Peruzzi. He is checking over constantly, every single lap. He's checking his mechanics, see what those hand signals are. Is it saying just keep pushing, keep going? Or is he going to see that overtake signal on this one? Look, he's looking over. He's seen the call now. What was the call? We don't know, but something tells me it was keep pushing, keep going. There's still a long way to go.
I think these two drivers, Anthony, are going to be feeling like they've gone back in time. Because in 2024, on the first day, the final went to Achilles. On the second day, it went to Nicolo. So, it's the case today on our first day of racing. It's these two drivers at the front again here in Alpha San. Achilles Peruzzi puts in that purple lap. He's got the pace to Nico Perico. This overtake, it's not because he can't do it. It's because he's being careful. And talking of not being careful, the driver's in the background. That's the 861. That is Liam getting caught out there.
And
such a shame. are out. Parked, DNF. Liam Natuati will tumble down and go no further.
That is such a shame. He's looked incredibly quick so far this week in Alpha San, and unfortunately the final's just not going his way. And as well, getting caught out in the fight here is Samar Chopra. Getting muscled out. Check over the shoulder again. What's the call? It's continued to push at this stage. No need to attack just yet. We'll wait for a little bit later on in the fight. But the question is, what is Peruzzi being told by his mechanic at this time? Well, as the marshals there, quick on the scene to help clear away that stricken kart there of Liam Nashawati. He is going no further in this race, and yellow flags out, so definitely no overtaking through here. No, the opportunity won't exist for Achilles just yet. I don't think he's going to try and even go for it just yet. He's still sat there, he's got the pace, he's got the power, and that overtaking confidence, but he's just sitting settled there. And do you know what? Nico knows that. He knows that Achilles will try and go for it. He's just holding on to this one nice and firm for now. 10 laps under the belt of these drivers. Out of the second and down towards the third sector they will go once more. These drivers running so much speed. They can see on the exit of these corners out of turn number 17, using that rumble strip to widen everything up on the exits and really get a nice run up this hill. Still no change between the drivers at the front of Perico and Britzone. No change between Baptiste Augustin and Zane Burgess either. Augustin doing a really good job with those 10 places gained. As one more time, Achilles Peruzzi goes purple. Yeah, he goes purple, but not attacking because he's been told not to just yet. He's still being told to push at this point, and I can imagine Perico's being told the same. It'll be when or who makes that first call to say defend or attack at these points, and that will be the question. Of course, if Perico is told to defend before Peruzzi is told to attack, then immediately Peruzzi will go to attack. It's only when it's the either strikes first. It is literally a waiting game right now as we're going to go on to lap number 12. What will it be this time to anyone? Well, they've stayed consistent there at the front. You can see the rest of the hand signals going out. It is still a case of pushing, and that is what we are seeing in the background here between Zane Burgess and Baptiste Augustin. We're still seeing the push game from the two drivers. But again, it won't just be a case of go for the move instantly at turn one. It might be later on in the lap, of course, wherever the driver has felt over the course of this race, where they have been feeling a little bit more comfortable with going for an overtake. But we've not seen that just yet. Lisgnoli is your fastest driver out there, currently in 19th place, is down there with Win Godschalk after that disaster earlier on. Not what they will have wanted at all. But they continue, and there is the overtake. We've had to wait quite a while for it. But it's finally happened. Achilles Peruzzi is back into the lead, but Perico is going to fight it back. He's gone up and under here. Can he try and get the long way round the outside here? But he spins! Oh, I thought he'd gone round there. It had gone sideways on the start-finish straight. But amazingly, Peruzzi holds on to it. But now Perico's back down the inside. And now, on this final lap, Peruzzi will once again have to try and go for the overtake, but he's already shown his cards. He's shown his cards of where he did the overtake earlier on, and this is that moment again as we see the live feed. He hit the curve, and there was a slight... He was nearly 90 degrees there on the start-finish straight. How on earth did Peruzzi hold on to that one? It cut away at just the wrong time that I thought he'd gone for a full spin, but he didn't. And now Perico has to defend on this last attempt on this last lap. Peruzzi is all over the rear bumper, but Perico is holding on to it. This is really tricky to defend here because there is multiple racing lines. To the right, to the left now, and then down once again into the right hand of Peruzzi to the outside. He's going to try and go for the up and under again. He's got alongside, but has he got the waft? I don't think he has. And Nicolo Perico swims his way over the line. It's the Italian who wins, and the Italian who now goes into tomorrow with a staggering 99-point lead on Win Godschalk. The recovery drive in the background did claim 1 or 2 points, but it's not going to be enough. The Italian takes the final win, and with that, provisionally, of course, secures the title, but we'll dive more into that tomorrow, because Nicolo Perico now can claim another final win here. That is final win number 5 for Nicolo Perico. He claimed 2 earlier on in the season. He claimed another 2 later on, and now it's another one here in Alpha San. Nicolo Perico wins ahead of Achilles Peruzzi, who takes a 2nd place, and Baptiste Augustin matches his 3rd place that he got out in a lane. The Frenchman will stand once again on that podium. For Achilles Peruzzi, that's another deserved run, and he also claims his 2nd podium of the season, and that's his best final result of 2025. Perico from Peruzzi, Augustin from Burgess, Iliasami from Lorenzo Zucchetto, Giovanni Desani Jr. finishes an incredible P7 there. That's a great run. 4 places gained behind the 10 places from Zucchetto and the 10 places from Baptiste Augustin as well. There as well, the rest of the order. Josh Bergman, 7 places gained, finishes in P8 from Atika Mirs, 3 places in 9th place. Jan Garzielik, 10th. And Ian Kasanovic there finishing in 11th place with the biggest mover, 14 places gained. But there, Nicolo Perico, job done. And that is not only another final win, but provisionally a title as well. Nicolo Perico for Italy, 576 points ahead of Win Gottschalk's 478 after that unfortunate moment in the final. Zane Burgess has stepped to 3rd ahead of Achilles Peruzzi and Lorenzo Zucchetto, who now steps to 5th in the points. Matis Brajo ahead of Theo Parfrain, Vicente Capella from Ava Lawrence, and Jan Garzielik, who rounds out the top 10. But still, with that final, that is job done, and this is those highlights again. Quite a few of them, as we have come to expect in the Mini 60 class here this season in 2025. All started at the beginning of that. Perico holding on to the front. The drama was Win Gottschalk, unfortunately. I mean, he was there in 3rd place. He was right behind Achilles Peruzzi for the majority of that race. We saw the moves happening thick and fast in the background. Drivers pushing up. Later we saw Iliasami fighting up at that sharp end as Zane Burgess was trying to push his way back through the order, and he comes away with the Mini Under 10 P1. He finished that one just ahead of Iliasami and Josh Bergman, who take the top 3 in the Mini Under 10 category. Then we saw the long fight all the way throughout it, and that moment there, well, kind of clear as day. 867 to the inside. Francesco Lisgnoli trying to go for the move. Clear contact there made with Win Gottschalk at turn 12, and there you saw there was more happenings in the background there. Multiple drivers getting involved. Sofia Rodenko was another one of those drivers who was caught out. Unfortunately, she had to retire from after that incident. Win Gottschalk later was able to push back through the field, but could only recover to 13th place. That's still an incredible recovery, but still the gap of, I think, 98 points between the two of them was just not enough going into tomorrow there. Liam Nashawati out of the race. And then this moment here, incredible kart control for the likes of Achilles Peruzzi. Out of the turn, all the way to the end, incredibly close. But Nicolo Perico swims across the line, claims another final win, and provisionally, of course, a title in 2025 as well. Well, Mini 60 are done and dusted. One more final to go. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, what a race from our Mini 60s. Nico, another final win for you and a spectacular final between you and Peruzzi. Tell us about that win.
Yeah, it was a bit team because we pushed all the race, and after the pre-last lap he overtook me, and after I was calm I overtook Peruzzi, where actually overtook Tam the last year, and yeah, really happy. And now the championship is getting closer and closer. We nearly finished it. Yeah, happy.
Well, Nico, all eyes on tomorrow then, but congratulations for today's results. That's Mini 60s. Next up will be our last final, our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, one more race to go, and that is the senior final. That is coming up next. 17 laps, 20.5 kilometre race distance ahead of the field of 34 drivers who make their way out onto the circuit. The sun begins to set here in Alphasan, but it's OKN Senior. It's coming up next. Last fight of the day, and it is the OKN Senior category. The eldest here, drivers aged between the years 14 and 18. 34 entries into this weekend from 18 different nationalities. Certainly a very busy run out there. And again, I could rattle them off: Poland, Switzerland, Lithuania, Monaco, India, South Africa. You've got them from Mexico, from Spain, or from the United Kingdom, of course, and Japan. Multiple. Malta out there, Singapore out there as well. So many different nations. The karts themselves, though, very similar to the juniors, just a bit more power from that Miami Reedster 125cc engine. This time they output 35 brake horsepower, still the Kart Republic KR2 chassis. But the weight is slightly different as well. Yes, more power, but more weight on top of it. 150 kilos for the drivers as they get themselves ready. And it's not like it was planned at all, but we've got a flyover now. The tyres, the Vega XM4 tyres being used for this one. The one dry set throughout the entirety of the day. No fresh tyres for them until a new day tomorrow for those as well. As yes, of course, it is UAE day here. And with that, I'm sure there's been a multitude of flyovers over our heads so far today. Unfortunately, we've just missed them because we've been focusing on the racing. But here, the last racer of the day is primed and ready. The seniors head out on to the circuit. And this one, we'll see, of course, the brand new runner in the series in 2025, Dan Alleman, who has had a very strong start to his day. It's put a bit of a spanner in the works for the man who starts alongside him in terms of collecting some title points. But he's not to worry about that at all because his points lead is still very, very strong going into today. All he needs to do for Marcus Shilkunas is head to the front. So let's head down, though, to the grid and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, you were just talking about the fight between Dan and Marcus and how Dan has sort of thrown something extra into this week of racing, and maybe he can actually tell us more about that. Dan, we'll get you to come over. I don't think he's actually paying attention to me. Dan, hello. Good day of racing so far for you at the sharp end of the field, where we would expect to see you. Going into this one, you've not really got a lot to lose, would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I feel great right now, so I hope it stays the same in the final. Very happy.
And actually, in that last heat, you were challenged a bit more by Marcus. It was completely different from what we saw from you in Heat 1 going into this final. Is there anything extra that you're really going to try and pull out of the bag for this one?
Push more and be more aggressive.
Well done. We'll see how that one plays out then for you. 3 minutes for these drivers left to go. Shortly behind Dan, we've got the likes of Sarah Matsoy, who's starting in her highest up grid position for this year. Really strong results so far round this circuit. There she is, the Williams-backed driver that will just try and get a really quick word in with. Sarah, really good racing from you so far. You've been really good round this track and you look like you really enjoy it. You know, what is it that makes you so fast?
Yeah, I think I could really enjoy the race, and yeah, this is really good opportunity for the first time podium. So yeah, I just stay calm and to enjoy the race.
Well, maybe a first podium is in store there for you, Sarah. Thank you very much. That is Sarah Matsoy, like we just said, going for her first podium in this championship year. She'll be starting alongside Chiara Batigue, a driver who has pulled off podiums this year in the championship and is currently sat inside the top 3 in the championship battle that's led by Markus Schilkunis. I'm going to clear the grid then for what will be the last final of racing today.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, indeed, and everyone primed and ready, including that man there. He stepped up from the junior category, Casper Reipold, and already has put a dent in the works in that senior title fight, but he's not going to be a contender at this point, despite his best efforts into this one, but he still sits up into 8th in the points after a double podium last time out in Slovakia. Missed out on a podium, though, in Elaine. Those podiums went to this man here, Markus Schilkunis, on the front row of that grid, claimed his staggering 6th different final win over the course of the season in Elaine, but can he claim his 7th here in Alphasan? He starts on the front row alongside Dan Alleman, Sarah Matsoy and Chiara Batigue make it a Williams and Red Bull Junior Program row number 2. Can they see Vanessa Schilkaneta push her way forward in this one as she starts alongside Oscar Gallin on that 3rd row of the grid? Guido Badoli and Radek Vavra go from row number 4. They'll see the likes of Zach Green and Ella Hakkinen on row number 5. Wojciech Voda and Ryan Koreshi go from row number 6. Row 7 sees Klara Kowalczyk and Gianna Pascal. What can they do from there? They will see the likes of Dinia Ismov and Marlon Bayer on row number 8. Elias Laman and Timofey Sevastanov go from row number 9. They will see the likes of Shrivan Mohan and Max Lacroix locking out the top 20 on row 10. Carolina Redondo, she had an injury out in the last time in her lane, but good to see she's fighting fit on this one, and she starts alongside Tatiana Alexieva on row number 11. Amelia Vishamirska and Anastasia Tarasis go from row number 12. Omar Jorge has done a good job so far today. He's worked his way up after a tough qualifying this morning. He starts alongside Pietro Capolengo, the Italian, going from row number 13. Gabby Teixeira and Magana Lucia going from row number 14. Magana Lucia looking at those first title points in this final. Simon Hollander and Benjamin Borge go from row number 15. They will set alongside Dylan Patel and Aran Moa on row number 16. Casper Reipold and Igor Tiganov going from row number 17. Looking forward to seeing what happens on this one. But of course, for Reipold, a tough run in this. The back of the grid, what can he do? Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box. Nicole, atmosphere down there looks to be exciting. From your point of view, what could you feel?
Well, it's not to do with the atmosphere, but the temperature out there has dropped for these drivers. It's much cooler than what we saw in qualifying, and there were their first 2 heats of the day. So, you know, I'd expect that maybe some tyre pressure adjustments have gone out for drivers, and already we've lost somebody out there. Is that Anastasia Gerasis?
Yeah, it is.
They're leaving, so probably technical gremlins for Anastasia. She will not start this final. Go through the first 2 sectors. What a shame for her. But, you know, going back to the track conditions, yeah, it really has cooled off now. You know, we're 4 o'clock, so maybe a bit of setup changing for drivers this one.
Here's your title fight, the points as they stand. Well, Markus Schilkunis has claimed it. He doesn't need to really do anything else apart from have a good set of days this week. Chiara Batigue, though, still in a fight with Wojciech Voda and Oscar Gallin. Klara Kowalczyk 5th in those points, ahead of Ella Hakkinen and Marlon Bayer. Casper Reipold, yes, he's only done a couple of rounds in the seniors from his start of the seniors and juniors, but he's already 8th ahead of Guido Badoli and Senior Ornball, who is there in 10th, but unfortunately Senior Ornball not here this week. But still, that fight is on for second, third and fourth in those points. Still tantalisingly close, and we look forward to seeing what is happening. There is a look at the domination so far from Marcus Shilkunas, those previous race winners. He's claimed 6 of the finals so far this season. And that is an incredible achievement. Only Wojciech Woda and Jacob Mikulev have taken those wins in previous runs. And then Oscar Gallin and Wojciech Woda previously have done those as well. So very strong performances from them. But they've just not been able to catch up to Marcus Shilkunas. You briefly saw the stricken kart there of Anastasia Gerasis. Unfortunately, has not been taking part in this race. The rest of them who are, though, we'll see a front row lockout for Dan Alaman and Marcus Shilkunas as we head into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes, as they head down to turn number 1. And again, for Alaman, he's able to sweep across and immediately take the normal racing line. The rest of the field there scrambling their way through. They have struggled when they've got to turn 3 in previous races. Is it a similar story this time round? I don't think it is. I think the entire pack has got through. But look at the lead already that Alaman and Shilkunas have got. They have broken away from the rest of the field already.
Alaman then, for the 3rd time today, doesn't even bother trying to sit on that white line. He knows he doesn't need to. Jumped onto the racing line at turns 1, 2 and 3 and has bolted off. Clean air for the driver on his debut, but followed behind by a driver that could be a bit of a cloud for him within this race of championship leader Marcus Shilkunas. Zach Green going for some moves down the inside. I think he's just swapped positions with what could be Ella Häkkinen there. That is further down. It is in and around about 10th place. Pressure is on for some of these drivers, and eyes are on these drivers as well. You can see that the grandstands are really filling up with mechanics, parents, media and the other drivers as well, as Zach Green continues to try and push forward. Game now for him once more, currently sat P8.
Yeah, it certainly is. There is Chiara Batig behind Sadamat Soy right now. This is still the fight for 3rd place, and you can see there's still no change between the top 4. They have stayed in formation for the majority of this one. The changes have been further behind. Oscar Gallin has got himself up to P5. Ryan Qureshi as well, up 6 places. He's there in P6 now, ahead of Radek Vavra. Zach Green there into 8th. Guido Badoli, Vanessa Shilkunas and Ella Häkkinen having a scrap between themselves, and they're looking at the top 11 right now. And Marlon Bayer there in 12th place. Got a 4-place gain. Big move down the inside. That is Zach Green on the charge. That's the move done past Radek Vavra. And has stepped up now into 7th place.
Marcus Shilkunas now still in P2, is starting to close in on Dan Alaman, but as it stands, championship points-wise, he has broken the record set last year by Luna Flusha on the points gained by a senior driver. He has outdone that with what it currently stands. He's got 669 to his name, as well as a purple lap out there on the track. He's trying to edge closer and closer, but now starting to open up things again is Dan Alaman. He's getting in that rhythm, has just gone purple in sector number 1, but now in sector number 2, Marcus holds that purple, so these two just trying to argue it out with how quickly this is going to close in, because it will. I really do think that Marcus will catch up, especially with that toe out there. There is a bit of a breeze out there on the track, so I think he's going to edge closer and closer, and he has done that. He has taken around about half a tenth out of him now. Glued together through the previous couple of races has been Sarah Matsoy and Chiara Batig, and that's a similar story right here, right now, within this final.
Carolina Redondo, I think, has had a bit of a moment out there. Unfortunately, the young lady from Spain has dropped to 33rd place. And you can see green flags out there, which means that there is a yellow flag somewhere. And there you can see a broken kart on the exit of turn number 7. And I believe that is the stricken 210 machine out of this race. That was a close moment there. That is Vanessa Shilkunas, I think, battling away just in the background. 229 actually. A little further back in the field. That is Clara Kowalczyk with Elias Leman for company. Then going wheel to wheel into turn number 9. This is heating up here. Green has closed onto the back of Ryan Qureshi and is now starting to pile on that pressure. You can see that the Spirit team have got their spirits up and they are still cheering on Dan Alaman, who leads this way, but still only clear by 0.2 of a second. And there you can see Carolina Redondo, who is looking at her hand, and that to me a very damaged front NASA panel there, and actually looking like quite a bent chassis there as well. So that's had quite a significant impact there. And unfortunately, after that hand injury in Alain, another spill here is not looking hopeful for her racing day tomorrow. But fingers crossed that she feels okay. Here, though, at the front, still 0.2 of a second. Scratch that, now 0.3. Aleman starting to pull the pin, but he didn't look quick out of that turn 12 there. And now Marcus Shilkunas has reacquired the back end of Dan Aleman. And this fight, I think, is going to rage on for quite some while, because we're only going on to lap number 6 here, Nicole, of 17.
A big downhill sequence of turns is sector number 3, and drivers have said you miss one corner within that sequence, you're going to miss and mess up the entire last part of your lap. Dan Aleman then just missed one slightly, and that has allowed Marcus Shilkunas just to slightly creep up again, but it hasn't put him off pace-wise, actually, because previous lap was purple, so he's saying, do you know what, I can get something slightly wrong and still be the fastest driver on the track. Whoa, off the circuit goes. I think that's the 2:24. That is a lot further down in your order, but these drivers really trying to push forward into these points. Good battle still going on between Green, Vavra, Qureshi and Gallen. Green being the last driver in that battle, and, you know, a driver that is really used to the machinery that he sat in, knows the Kart Republic chassis well, but not this championship well. Last week on Thursday decided, I'm going to go and race. Jumped on the plane on the Saturday, and now is here in this championship on his debut, and has broken inside the top 10. Eyes and ears back on this one, though. It's still just fractions of tenths in between Shilkunas and Aleman, as now Marcus Shilkunas takes the purple lap away from Aleman. These two just chopping and changing.
Certainly so. You keep seeing there every time these drivers cross the line, the support for Dan Aleman, not only from the team, his dad, but also his younger sister as well. Marcus Shilkunas does also have the support from his younger sister in the form of not waving him from the sideline, but chasing him down on track as she closes in the background. But right now, still this fight rages on, as you mention it. I'm still keeping an eye on the fights going on in the background, because keep an eye on Kasper Reipold. Yes, he may have been starting at the back of the field, but my goodness, he's on a 15-place gain right now, and he's sitting there in P18. No attempt here from Marcus Shilkunas, but the gap still very, very small. Sana Matsui, you're currently seeing there the points, the rankings. She's got 170 points as it stands right now. She has just broken into the top 10 in this result, so still she's having a good run. With the fight for 5th in the standings right now, Ella Häkkinen has just pipped Klara Kowalczyk in those points, but there, as we talk about it, Oscar Gallen, who was having a really good race, has found himself in the pit lane, but he's heading back out into the circuit now, albeit a lot further down from where he originally was. This gap, now this is a little further back in the order. This is still that fight going on in the background. Ryan Qureshi, Zach Green, Radek Vavra, Guido Badoli, Vanessa Shilkunator, Häkkinen all in there, and Wojciech Voda as well getting to reel in. This is that fight behind. Sunlight Soy and Chiara Batik, they're still 3rd and 4th. No changes between those two, as a plethora of 5-second time penalties going out. Simon Hollander received one as well. Pietro Camerlengo now getting one.
8 podium finishes this year for Marcus Shilkunas. 6 of those have been final wins. He stood on that number 1 spot on the second day of racing here last year. Can he try and get into final wins here this year? That is the question mark. For now, he needs to pick away that position from Dan Aleman from the race lead. He's still over 2.5 tenths of a second behind him. There has been no change. I think it's that Anastasia Jurasis.
No, I think that's Carolina Redondo from her previous spill earlier on. She's now been just placed into a safer position out on circuit, where, of course, she had that nasty spill earlier on. Still watching this fight for the top 2. The gap still remaining there, 0.2 of a second. Their group behind are not closing in. In fact, well, actually, I say that. Sorry, Matt. Sorry. What's her pace looking like? As Vanessa Shilkunator, I think, has had drama. She has no longer chasing down elder brother, who's there in second place. Vanessa Shilkunator has had a spill and unfortunately out of this final.
You just questioned pace for Sarah Matsui. Well, she's just gone purple in sector number 1. On that previous lap, she was faster than Chiara Batig. So Batig is actually not catching up for that P3. Sarah doing a really good job just to hold on to this one. Shilkunas once more owns that purple lap, has taken it away from Dan Alleman again, as these two still absolutely nothing in it as they head out of the final corner to complete another lap. And Alleman is more than aware of that. You know, looks over his shoulder, carbon copy pretty much of what we were seeing in the finals before, where the leader knows that the second is going to leave it to the very last minute, because you can risk it around this circuit. We've seen it time and time again throughout racing so far today. Shilkunas there again, like we say, it is that purple lap that belongs to him, and he does gain that point to his tally as well so far. With that, whether or not he keeps it is a question mark, but it does add to his 668 championship points.
And he does. Here though, still we watch these two duel away here in Alpha San. The sun setting here at the Alpha San circuit in Abu Dhabi, and this now is the first attempt for the race lead, and it's a complete attempt. Marcus Shilkunas into turn 16 has done it, takes the lead onto lap number 12, and now the ball is back into Dan Alleman's side of the court. Can he retaliate, or will Shilkunas now drive away from the field like he has done nearly every single round he has competed in 2025?
I think there's a smile going on underneath the helmet of Marcus Shilkunas, and a smile for a driver as well that I think is probably having a lot of fun out there. Casper Reipold, 19 positions so far within this race. He's been weaving a needle through this traffic. It's P14 for him so far after those technical DNFs that happened earlier on today, where he had to retire because of that side pod coming off. He had to start really far down within this grid, but so far 19 is his tally of overtakes. Under the start-finish gantry, these drivers will go once more, chasing. Up the hill is Alleman. Alleman will try and snatch this race lead back. It's just under 3/10 that splits up him and your championship leader of Shilkunas. Sarah Matsoi then has opened up that back gap once more to Chiara Battig. Battig just lacking, consistently a couple of tenths between her and the Williams driver. Williams versus Red Bull at the time being. It's the Williams coming out on top.
Oscar Gallen's final is going from bad to worse here. He has dropped down to 31st place and has just picked up a technical flag as well. He will go no further in this final fight. But still, this one at the front is going on, but still so much not being able to close that gap up just as of yet. I can imagine we'll see more of that. There is Oscar Gallen, just trying to see what may be up with it. They've obviously clearly spotted something, but nothing this time around out on circuit. Sarah Matsui, though, pace is still looking strong. Chiara Battig still there as well. The fight still raging on in the background. There's one that's going through that's quite interesting. Radek Pavarinen Hakkinen fighting away 7th and 8th place out on track, as Dan Alleman now has just set the fastest lap of the race. 54.603. It's hard to tell who is racing who right now.
Going back to Oscar Gallen, he had a hat-trick of podiums over the past 3 races. It's a shame to see him out of this one. He'll have one more opportunity, of course, tomorrow. But it's actually a shame to see Oscar not manage to pull that one off again here today, because he's one of the drivers throughout this championship. I think actually, round to round, he's gone strength to strength.
Yeah, no, certainly so. I would agree with that one. Real improvement in this second half and this season as well. So very, very strong. Still, the body language there for Dan Alleman is saying this fight is not over just yet. The gap's up, though, to 0.3 of a second. It is just going to be a long run to the very end here for Marcus Shilkunas. He's not really had to worry so far this season. He's been incredibly competitive, and now he retakes that fastest lap of the race. So it's quite literally anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. No.
You've been singing a lot the past couple of weeks.
It's the end of the season. I'm not happy that it's the end of the season, but, it's been a good season, and, it's vibes are good, Nicole.
Good. Vibes are high. I'm not going to sing, though.
No, exactly. This, though, still, the gap's come back down again. Alleman right on that rear bumper once more. It just seems to be like they're happier in different sectors right now. It's when they have a sector that is completely opposite for both of them, then the gap immediately comes down, and then blink, and then we've got a real fight on our hands. But it still maintains at 0.2 of a second. And the race nearly over here, Nicole. We're on lap 16 of 17 here. It's only 1.5 laps to go.
Race nearly over, but I don't think this fight is anywhere near being over because previous lap, Alleman went faster than Shilkunas, so there's still nothing in it. Gianna Pascal is out. Pascal, a driver who had strong qualifying, who felt confident around this circuit. It really was a strong one for her. Will tumble down, will go no further, will add to the other 4 drivers who've experienced DNFs within this final. Going back to this one though, Alleman and Shilkunas still right there together on your screens. Down towards the last couple of corners they will go, will exit out of turn number 17 and hit what will be the last dying stages of this race.
Indeed, and for Marcus Shilkunas, he's not needed to take a single defensive posture here from Dan Alleman. Is that going to give Alleman that sort of incentive to say, right, okay, you haven't gone offensive, I'm going to go full lunge here? Like you said to him on the grid, Nicole, he says there's nothing really to worry about on this one. I can go full ham on this for Shilkunas. This is going to be a 7th different final win of the season. He leads the title fight by quite some way. He does not need to worry about that. The only worry he's got in this very moment is Dan Alleman there in second place. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Despite his first outing in the programme, he has still had an incredible drive. But it's Marcus Shilkunas winning again here in Alphasan, and it's Lithuania back on top in 2025. Marcus Shilkunas claims his 7th different final win of the season. Can anyone stop that young man? Alleman takes a podium in his first outing here in the Champions of the Future Academy program, and Sara Matsui comes away with another incredible result in 2025. She has not stood on the podium so far this season in the International Series, but right now the young lady for Japan will be able to stand on that 3rd pot of the podium, and is delivered a superb result. For others, it's not the result they will have wanted here in Alphasan. For the rest, it is their best they can deliver. And for the OKN senior category, the job is done. Not only here today in this final for Marcus Shilkunas, but for the 2025 season as well. Marcus Shilkunas delivers a superb result here once more. His 7th different final win of the 2025 season. Marcus Shilkunas ahead of Dan Alleman, and Sara Matsui claiming her first podium of 2025 in the International Series. A superb drive for the Williams-backed driver. Chiara Batigue will finish in P4 ahead of Zach Green, Ryan Qureshi from Ella Hakkinen, Radek Vavra from Wojciech Woda, Guido Badoli from Klara Kowalczyk, and Marlon Bayer. Kasper Reipold, 13th from Emilia Wyszymiecka, Dina Ismail from Emilia Salman, Timofey Sevetanov finishing there in a very respectable 17th from Tatiana Alexieva in 18th place. Max Lacroix finishes in P19 ahead of Igor Tikhonov, who gained a staggering 14 places in that final to finish in P20. Ahead of Sharon Mohan and Dylan Patel, Gabby Teixeira and Simon Hollander. Then it's Benjamin Borg from Omar Jorge, Ian Mawar from Magana Lucia, and Pietro Camalengo rounds out the top 29. The biggest mover, though, Kasper Reipold for the back of the grid, finishes that P13 with a 20-place gain. There is your driver championship standings. It's changed around in the middle of it. Ella Hakkinen now stepping up to 5th in the points with 315 points, now ahead of Klara Kowalczyk's 301. But at the front, it's pretty much all done and dusted. Marcus Shilkunas will race tomorrow and will be crowned a champion tomorrow as well, ahead of Chiara Batigue, and Wojciech Woda still very close. Oscar Gallin still holding on to 4th place. Marlon Bayer steps up to 7th, ahead of Kasper Reipold, Guido Badoli, and Sara Matsui, who round out now the top 10 with her step up now to 170 points with that podium spot in the final here. The racing is done and dusted. We'll be hearing from that man there in a few moments' time. But of course, we'll be heading over to the podiums as well. But before then, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Relatively calm for the front runners here. For Dan Aleman, his first time outing here in Alpha San. Certainly went very, very well. Great run for him. Pole in the time qualifying and then pole for the final. Not coming away with that final win, unfortunately. But still, great pace throughout it. And came away with that P2 on that podium. For the rest of the field, they pushed their way forward. There you can see how Zach Green was able to get those moments up. Carolina Redondo, unfortunately, out of the race, not getting that result she would have wanted. We saw, of course, Anastasia Terrasis. She had that moment as well. Later, Vanessa Shilkaneta had a moment as well. Oscar Gallin and Gianna Pascal, all retirements from the race. Very, very unfortunate for them. Still, the fighting raged on throughout the field. There was Anmawar there just having a little bit of a fight with the likes of Omar Jorge battling their way through out on the field. But all the way to the very end, we saw those retirements coming in, and we saw the close fight between Marcus Shilkunis and Dan Aleman across the line. You could see the despair from Dan Aleman, but the fight isn't over yet because there's a full day of racing tomorrow, of course, with a brand new qualifying heats and finals as well. Let's head down to Parc Ferme for the last time to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, we're with Marcus Shilkunis. Marcus, you've won so many finals this year. I'm starting to lose track. So impressive. Every single performance. And going into tomorrow, championship could be, it could be yours. You could be walking away, very likely will be walking away as a champion. But that race win, means a lot to you?
Yeah, it was, I would say, a difficult qualifying, and just in the heats we had to fight quite a lot with Anaman and all the others. So I had to do my best, and then unfortunately in the final we had to start second, and outside it's not really the best line for the start usually. So we did a quite good result, I think.
And speaking of Aleman as well, that move, we were waiting for it to happen. You took your time, you were patient with it. But can you talk us through, the exact moment that you pounced?
Yeah, so I would say in this track is quite difficult to overtake because all the laps are, the corners are really tight, and then difficult to overtake. I had to find my opportunity to do it, so yeah.
Well, Marcus, you'll be stood on the top step once more again today. We'll head back up then to our commentary box to hear from Anthony Jordan about what we can expect tomorrow on our last day of racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Well, you can expect exactly what you've seen today, but maybe a little bit different on track. But it will be, of course, that time qualifying that'll be heading out onto the circuit. You won't catch that on the live stream, but you will hear at the circuit. That starts at around 10:05 in the morning. It then goes into the live qualifying heats. You can catch that live. We'll be live here at around 11:15 for those, and that will go all the way to the end of the day with the qualifying heats, and then, of course, those three finals. But that's tomorrow. Today is done and dusted. Until you, of course, we see you on that podium. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. It's goodbye for now, and we'll see you on the podiums and, of course, tomorrow as well. Well, thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready for the podium presentations here after the first day of racing for round 6 of the Champions of the Future Academy program here in Alphasan. And we will start with always the Mini 60 category, and starting with the Mini Under 10s. Please welcome, finishing in 3rd place, representing France and finishing 10th overall, it's Amin Pantoli. In 2nd position for the Mini 60 Under 10, please give it up for Ilya Sami. And your Mini Under 10 race winner, finishing 4th place overall. Please give it up for the USA, Zane Burgess. I would now like to welcome onto the podium Marco Parolin to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to 3rd place in the Under 10s, Amin Pantoli. The 2nd place medal heading to Ilya Sami. And the 1st place medal heading to Zane Burgess. A fabulous run for the Mini 60 Under 10 category. All of these drivers gaining places throughout the race, and Marco joins them on the steps of the podium. So nice big smiles for all of our top 3, and then we'll get you all on the top step of the podium as well. So Ilyas, if you want to go up, Amin as well, if you want to join on that top step of the podium. Brilliant end to their racing here, and one last big group photo. And ladies and gentlemen, please give one big round of applause for Mini 60 Under 10. Well, thank you very much, guys. Brilliant work from these 3 drivers, and we'll see them racing out again tomorrow, of course, for the last day of the 2025 season. We'll now step over to the main Mini 60 category, and we start with 3rd position, with a driver from France gaining 10 places. Give it up for Baptiste Augustin! In 2nd position, it was a near photo finish with only 900ths of a second. Gaining 1 spot for the United Arab Emirates, it's Achilles Peruzzi. And finally, your race winner for another time in 2025, representing Italy, it's Niccolò Perico. We will now listen to the national anthem of Italy. applause for your finalists in Mini 60. We'd now like to welcome Marco Parolin onto the podium to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third place, Baptiste Augustin. A great race for Baptiste, 10 places gained. The second place trophy heading to Achilles Peruzzi. Achilles, his second podium of the 2025 season and his best result as well in the Champions of the Future Academy program. And finally, the winner's trophy heading to Nicolo Perico. Well, a superb end to the day's racing with one more to go here in Alphasan tomorrow on Wednesday, where we'll see all of these drivers racing once more. Drivers, lift those trophies high up into the air for me, you can, as a last trophy photo of the day, but a brilliant end to their racing. And then finally, we will get them all on the top step of the podium as well. So there you go, Achilles and Baptiste, you want to join them on the top step of the podium as well, or jump in nice and close. A brilliant end to their racing, of course, and they'll be back out again on track tomorrow. Well, drivers, nice big smiles for me, for all of the photographers out there, as we see these drivers race once more for round 6 here for the Champions of the Future Academy program. Ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for Mini 60. We'll now turn our attention over to the OKN Junior class now, and again a very tantalizingly close final, but we start with third position, finishing 6.7 seconds behind the race leader at the end, representing Spain. Give it up for Angelina Simmons. In second position, representing the United Arab Emirates, finishing just 5.3 seconds behind the race leader. It's the first podium of 2025 in the Academy program with 2 places gained. It's Veer Chopra! And finally, your final winner in the OKN Junior category here in Alphasan, representing the Philippines in his first International Series podium, it's Axel Nocom! We will now listen to the national anthem of the Philippines. Big round of applause for your top 3 in OKN Junior. We'd now like to welcome Katie Denver from F1 Academy to present the winners' trophies, and firstly heading to Spain's Angelina Simmons. The second place trophy heading to the United Arab Emirates, Veer Chopra. And the winner's trophy heading to the Philippines and to Axel Nocom. Well, a fabulous end to their racing. Katie, you join them on that podium for a quick photo op as well. Drivers, lift those trophies as high up into the air as you can, above your head. There we go. Brilliant end to the racing. Nice big smiles once more. And finally, we'll all get you on the top step of the podium as well for one big group photo. So, Angelina, yep, Veer, if you join on that top step, you can join Axel up there as well. What a day of racing it has been. And again, it all gets repeated tomorrow. A brand new qualifying heats and final for the round 6 here in Alphasan. Ladies and gentlemen, one final big round of applause for OKN Junior.
Perfect stuff. Thank you very much, guys. We will now send over to the senior category. And again, quite the fights that we saw here at the end, but still an incredibly close fight. And once more, it starts with third place. And hopefully they are here now. They weren't here earlier on, but we will see. In third place, finishing 3.3 seconds behind the race leader at the end for Japan. Her first podium of 2025 in the Academy program, it's Sara Matsui. In second position, in his first appearance in the Champions of the Future Academy program, it's a podium on day one, representing Switzerland, it's Dan Allemann. And finally, your race winner for the staggering 7th time in 2025, representing Lithuania, it's Marka Šilkunas. We will now listen to the national anthem of Lithuania. Big round of applause for your finalists in the OKN senior category. We'd now like to welcome James Geidel, the CEO of RUNC, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third place, Sara Matsui. The second place trophy, heading to Switzerland's Dan Allemann. And the winner's trophy, heading once again to Marka Šilkunas. Well, drivers, lift those trophies nice and high up into the air. There's no chance of getting James Geidel for a photo op. He always runs away. But lift those trophies high up as you can. Nice big smiles. And then, of course, we'll all get you on that top step of the podium as well. So, drivers, if you want to join up there. Dan, Sara, if you want to join Marcus on that top step. There we go. And be nice and close. Yep, bring helmets, trophies, nice big smiles. There we go. Well, we'll see all these drivers out racing once again tomorrow, of course, for the last day of racing for the 2025 season. Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for your OKN seniors. Well, there we go. Racing is done and dusted for the day. But again, we'll be back tomorrow for the last day from myself, Andy Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. It's goodbye for now, and we'll see you bright and early on Wednesday morning.
In the qualifying was really well, but still finished P3 in the end. Yeah.
Not PA.
Oh.
Test.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not on the PA now.
Test.
I think there is still there somewhat there.
Test. 1, 2.
I think just
Yeah. Test. No, it's not. Oh. My God, is that camera on fire? Are you smoking? Yeah. It should have taken about 30 seconds, but yeah.
But yeah, it didn't. Sadly.
If you want it fastest, don't be champion. I will go with the Sony, Paco.
Also refrain from like doing this because it will be obvious that you have the mic down. Stand straight and then don't try to reach the
Yeah.
mic with your mouth. Yeah. Just stand straight.
It was good. Don't do that. Okay, you happy? So again, 30 seconds English, just
Yes,
explain
yes,
the
yes,
day,
yes, yes.
30 seconds afterwards Lithuanian. I haven't moved. Yeah. We good? Excellent. So, Marcus Shilkunas, well done. Tell us, how was today for you, qualifying all the way to the end of the day?
It was a great day in qualifying. We managed to make P3 instead of being but we could have easily made a pole, but we had traffic in the end, so we started all the heats in P3, and first heat we just finished second because had a lot of fighting, and the second one had to finish first, but in the end still on the final I had to start in P2, so start was difficult, and then we caught up to Aleman and just overtake.
Perfect. And exactly the same, how was the day, but in Lithuanian?
So, labai gerai šiandien sekėsi, sakyčiau, kvalifikacijai turėjau biški trafiko, tai nepavyko padaryti gerą laiko, o pirmam hyte pabaigiau antras, nes užsikovojau su antru ir trečiu, tai pabaigiau antras, o antram hyte pabaigiau pirmas ir vis tiek to neužteko, startavau finale antras ir finale išoriai gan sunku, o po to atsivijau pirmą ir apsilenkiau jį ir pabaigiau pirmu.
There you go, wasn't too bad. Can't feel my arm.
In the final, he said it was a good start and we finished, no?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
No idea what you said in Lithuanian. You
said
could have
what-
said
No,
anything.
in English, in the final, he spoke about the final.
Yeah, you spoke about the final, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Copy.
Cool.
I think
Good
so.
stuff. Yeah, no, you did. I think so.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Go.
Nicole, are you doing Axel? I'm going to pass you over to Nicole Sutherland. Don't worry, she doesn't bite.
Okay, sure.
He knows. We've done plenty.
Explain everything.
Yeah, exactly.
No worries.
So just we've already explained it once. So Nicole's going to ask the question of just how was your day? Explain qualifying, the qualifying heat, and then the final. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And then after you've done it in English, and then in your home language
Okay.
as well.
But
Okay.
my Filipino, sometimes I have to do an English word.
That's okay.
Don't
That's
worry.
absolutely
Don't
fine.
worry.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's absolutely fine.
But
All right.
don't be
Okay.
super long. We need 30 seconds of each language.
Okay, sure. That's
So in the morning was okay, I have confidence for the final, and the final I start like this, and very happy with the win. Okay. Don't be super long.
Yeah, just get yourselves in position, and then.
okay.
But, and you have to, sorry, you have to watch Nicole all the time.
So you're looking at me